Well. Now I'm here. Sorry about that, guys. All right, guys. Yeah, my name is Barry Anderson. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, November the 11th, Remembrance Day. I am live and on the mic, and I'm sorry, guys. Somewhat distracted. I'm in a trade right now. It's working extremely well, and I'm looking to take another one. I'm in this PSFE short just underneath 6. It's 497 now. A classic one for me, another earnings play, all-time low. I'm doing a lot more of these. I'm looking at the BMBL right now also. This is not an all-time low, but I'm waiting to see how well it holds underneath 40. Right there, it's an earnings play, gap down. Not a lot of room underneath, or a lot of room underneath. It wants to keep moving down. So I'm keeping an eye on that one. It's just kind of hanging around that 40 mark. The other one I'm really keeping an eye on is a PPSI. It's having another rebound day. I almost took it around that 830 mark, and then it dropped. And so I'm just kind of waiting on it right now to see if it wants to move again. Of course, a couple of days ago, had a huge day, all the way up to 12 something. And a couple of pullback days, but now maybe it's going to get ready to run again. EV play. Oh man, this PSFE. Classic, guys. I mean, you know, earnings play, all-time low, lifetime low. Look at that. I waited just underneath 6 and took that short, and it's been basically straight down since then. I'm also, darn it, I missed my Riven. Missed my Riven entry also, RIVN. If you're in the room yesterday, you know that I really thought I'd be very surprised if this did not close over 100, and that's what it did. I mean, not a lot over 100, but I just didn't think that they, you know, the Goldman Sachses of the world who are behind this one, would allow this one to close under 100. And so far, well, it didn't, and it looks like it's trying to inch its way up. All-time high. Yesterday's high was almost 120. Now, there are other things happening as I'm watching this bumble to see how well it holds this 40 level. I'm looking for a nice big collapse. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. PSFE, just... I can go back to bed now, guys. Okay, other things happening. Fossil, FOSL. FOSL is an earnings play. I believe they released earnings after hours, and the answer is yes. Look at that big gap after hours. It's holding. It's kind of holding. I mean, I missed it. Missed my entry for PPSI. Missed it. Oh well. Let's see if it pulls back at all. Boy, it doesn't look like. Well, it'll pull back at some point, but I wanted to get it right at that 30 mark. Okay, more happening. BBLN. I'm going to whip through these. So much action this morning. BBLN. Okay, forget about it. When I saw it, it was right up here around 15. But no, it was not a shortable for me. It was not short for me, or I did not have the ability to short it. Interactive Brokers had no shorts. Yeah, PPSI. Oh well. Open, I think, is an earnings play. Open, I believe they released earnings after hours yesterday. Take a look here. Yep, there's that gap. Still holding. Open is still holding. So that move area is after hours. So there's the gap. Still holding the gap. Keep an eye on SOPA. I'm still intrigued by this one. It's up $7. Of course, this had an IPO 2 days ago. Did an absolutely crazy move all the way up to 77 yesterday. Okay, and this is a $9 IPO. Very few shares issued. That's why we can get moves like this. Root is a gap up. I don't think it's on earnings. I think it's a gap up. Collaborate. No, it is okay. It is an earnings play. Right there, you can see the reaction after hours yesterday, holding the gains. Collaboration with Foxconn. Big short interest. You're right. Big short interest. So, couple of things going for it. Earnings, obviously the initial reaction, okay. But also this deal they got with Foxconn. Sophie, nice gap up for Sophie, SOFI, SOFI. Another earnings play. I think Morgan Stanley, I believe it was Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan. I think they put a price, $25 price target on Sophie, maybe back in this area here. So it's inching towards that. How do you find an IPO like SOPA? Well, I'm going to go over that in a little bit, Taro. What I do and what I think is a nice way of doing it. Requires a little bit of work, but I think it's well worth it. Beyond Meat, guys. Beyond Meat. BYND earnings play just getting slammed. So this could be one of those, it's a little more expensive what I like, but an all-day short, I'm looking here, has some room underneath. All right, Bumbo. Bumbling and stumbling its way down. IONQ, trying to have a bounce back day. IONQ, trying to have a bounce back. Well, Chris, no, they're not chases. I mean, these are just active stocks right now. We're wanting to see what happens once the market opens. Sometimes they'll base a while and then they'll have a pop, from a pattern that gives us a chance to get into the trade. So it's not a matter, when I'm talking about these, I'm not saying, okay, take them. These are just the active stocks in the pre-market. We have to always wait and see whether or not the activity continues once the market opens. AFRM. There's a big gap up, I think, after hours for AFRM. Again, a more expensive stock. So it's funny. Look at the market yesterday. Look at its candle yesterday. Now, granted, the market was moving down yesterday. People knew it had earnings, but look at this. So look at the gap up. This is another one that I'm am I too late? Sugar, I think I want to take it now. BHG, I was watching this one. Another earnings play, another all-time low. And I was just watching the way it was basing beautifully at 6. May still give me something. I'm just going to wait to see how well it holds that 6 level. And then see if it just wants to move down from there. And that could be a great short. There's no support, all-time low. Here's another one, guys. Another one that not a lot of support underneath. SDGR, earnings play. And, again, look at the gap underneath. There's support, around 25, so there's a ton of room. When I say that, I'm not saying it's getting down here. I'm just looking at a chart and checking to see where could it stall. BMBL, thank you. I can't read my writing here. SBH, Sally Beauty Holdings. SBH is another gap up. So this is a gap up on earnings through the 200-day moving average. All right. So again, this is one to watch, obviously, through the 200-day moving average. It has room. 2267 are the next highs looking left, so it does have some room. AMWH is another gap down. AMWH. Sorry, AMWL. AMWL. And let's see, what is it doing? Yeah, so this is coming into a support level, so it may not give me what I'm looking for. GRWG, cannabis play, earnings play. Another one coming into what you would think is a nice big support level, so see if that 21 area holds and bounces off it. TTCF. DTCF. Oh, okay, so it should be PFC. Yeah, it should be PSFE. Sorry about that. I was wondering if anybody even checks those lists, but I guess they do. All right, TTCF, what is it doing? I think it's an earnings play. Not yet, November 15th. Oh, the Tattooed Chef, yes. Really has done not a good IPO whatsoever. Lucid was on the move earlier, guys. Let's see if the EV plays are going to recover today. 2 down days after the big up. Riven, guys. I missed my entry on Riven. Had a 118.50 is a price alert that I had, and I missed my entry on Riven. All right, it is now 9:17. Quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Wow, PFSC is just, what a wonderful short, guys. Give me one moment, please. One of the reasons why I do some pre-market shorting is because sometimes, you know, when a stock is down over 10%, it's a little more difficult to get it, even if there are shorts available because of the uptick rule. No uptick rule in the pre-market. All right, let me just do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning at safeandbriefing.com. Check my email. Okay, let's see, we've got a few upgrades. Yeah, it can be frustrating when you want to get into a short. Your broker has shorts. You know, you go in at the bid like normal and you just don't get a fill. The reason being is that there has to be some action at the ask and then back to that bid price. Problem is, you could be in a queue of a lot of others wanting to do the same thing. So it can be very frustrating. Sometimes, you know, sometimes it's instant, but sometimes it's just not. But you don't have to worry about that in the pre-market. You want to take a short, go in at the bid, you get a fill. Okay, I'm going to get the upgrades in now. Excuse me, the downgrades in right now. There are just a few more downgrades and upgrades. Go Bumble. Multitasking at its best, guys. Glancing at my email, typing this in, glancing at my P&L. Oh, PSFE. I mean, I'm loving this because, I mean, look at the percentage gain on a stock like a PSFE. You know, from 6 to 480. Now with a tight stop, had about a 9-cent stop on it. If Dak is here, he knows what I'm talking about. All right, there we go. There were some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Yeah, see, with Bumble being down 17% right now, I'm not saying you can't get a short when the market opens, but you'll get the short right off the bat. Just watching maybe for one more little breakdown. See, it's a lifetime high. It's only 1 cent, a percent. It's basically at its lifetime low. Seeing a lot of these guys. I mean, when I see something that is almost at a lifetime low, it's an earnings play, gapping down. Got to pay attention. And there's no support, no chart support. I'm not saying it's never going to bounce. There's always people who are going to step in and want to buy a play that is getting beaten up, but in terms of chart support, there is none. Riven. Would have been a little dicey for me, though. I would have been in 3 pre-market trades. I'm not usually in more than 2 trades at a time. So it would have been a little bit dicey for me, but I would have liked to have been able to handle it. Hammer this down. All right, guys, let's take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing. I'm ahead of myself. Sorry, guys, I've already done that. We're going to take a look at the sectors, the sector status. Take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. Market's in for a nice big open. I'm going to assume most of the sectors are going to be up. And the answer is yes. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. I always like to look at XLE first. This is the energy ETF, the stocks that make up the energy ETF, that 100%. What does that mean? It means that from yesterday's close, every single stock is above yesterday's close. Doesn't have to be by much, but every single stock is above yesterday's close. Look at technology, 95% of them are above. NXP right at the top here. Financials, 90%. Consumer discretionary, 90%. So this is what these numbers refer to. So, I mean, if you want to take a look at the weakest sectors right now, relatively speaking, only 65% of the healthcare stocks are up. And that's why you've really got to watch, guys. So I have covered most of my bumble. Wow. You always got to watch this. Ah, look at Riven. That is the one, guys. Oh, that was a good cover. Most of my cover on the bumble. Just lost my music. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, so let me get this down. Now, the bumble, I'm still interested in it. In case it has another collapse, it would probably have to take out 39 again. So let me put an alert down here. Oh, it got all the way down. Yeah, the tattooed chef is just getting beaten up. Another one's getting beaten up is Triple D, guys. Triple D had earnings yesterday, I believe. And this is a second day, or I guess I had earnings here. And this is yesterday. So this is almost like a third day continuation down on earnings. Now, looks like it's coming into maybe a resistance area, or sorry, a support area. I don't even know what Bumble is. Dating services, okay. Bumble and Badoo, okay. I sort of know. I mean, I sort of knew, but so many stocks, guys. I can't beat myself up too much. The Riven is one that I had a price alert set at 108.50, I think. 108.07. You can just see that green line right there. At one point, that was a nice big blue line, and I wanted to take that trade around there. Okay, guys, BHG. I'm in BHG. I'm out of the PSFE, in the BHG. Another one all-time low. Just want to see if it how much further it can go down. What time is it? 9:29. William, where are you? Where's William? One job only. Anyway, guys, the market's going to open in the restroom. The market's going to open in less than a minute, everybody. Let's have a great trade or trading day, everybody. Again, I typically, now obviously in the pre-market I throw all that out the window, but typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. But I have been making a bit of an exception to some of the ones that I'm looking to short, which I may take right off the bat once the market and the one I was have been looking at is well, the SDGR is the one I was looking at, but it's having a bounce. It's having a bounce, so I guess that's off the books for me now. All right, we are now open. And of course, a lot of activity in the first 15 minutes. That's what I say. I tend not to trade in the first 15 minutes, except some of these ones that are moving down and have no support, all-time lows. All right, BEKE is on the move. BEKE is on the move. Just pointing out some early ones. Well, that's, you got to pay attention when you're in a trade. You've just got to pay attention, guys. It would have killed me to allow this. I had a nice gain, and to allow it just to be wiped away because I'm not paying attention. Okay, we have a pop here for App Harvest. Just looking at some of the ones that are I don't think I mentioned Ride. I know Ride was that the Foxconn deal? Yeah, this is the Foxconn deal, okay? So Ride, so it's an earnings play and some kind of a deal with Foxconn, so that is Ride. This has been a horribly beaten up stock. Boy, look, I mean, look how whippy Bumble is. I'm still interested in it on maybe on a 39 break. I want to see if it gets down there again. I mean, there's just no support for it. Earnings play. Stick my alert down here around 39 and see if it takes it out. And then I can start to examine it. Wow. Already, just look, I mean, look how whippy that is. I mean, it goes up to 41, all the way down to 38.60 and lower. Another one moving down, guys. I saw AMWL. It is an earnings play also. Another all-time low. Look at this, guys. Another all-time low. AMWL. Just short these all-time lows. Okay, there's Triple D, guys. Triple D mentioned this one. Now, I thought, wow, I'm wrong. Well, not wrong, but I was wondering if this support would hold for Triple D right here. Obviously not. That was around 26. It's under 25 now. Look at the weekly chart. I think that's that same support level on the daily. So if you look left on the weekly chart, the next low is 23.24. So, I mean, this still has some room to move down if it wants to. Go BHG. It's funny, there was a time in my career where I would never short anything under $20. Never. All right, what is the market doing to begin with? Well, that's interesting because what happened to the SPY? Okay, the SPY is flat. You know what? This is stuck, guys. Shoot. This is stuck from yesterday, I believe. There's no way the market's down. No, this is stuck from yesterday. Problem is, if I see if I can do an account. Account reset, if that'll take it. Haven't had that. This used to happen every now and then, but I haven't seen that for months now. I'd have to reload trade ideas, but then I lose all my initial alerts, and I don't really want to do that. So, you know what? It's still early enough that. Okay, I do see the triple D. I'm going to do it. But okay, there we go. That looks right. Dow, SPY's up, Dow is down, so there's a disconnect. Dow's down, NAS is up. So there is a bit of a disconnect in the market right now. Shoot, I should still be in my PSFE short. I'm not. But look at this. I mean, I have some hope that BHG may kind of follow suit. It's not quite as dramatic as the PSFE. So how's Uber doing? Okay, sorry about that, guys. Internal discussions. Okay, APPH, I think I mentioned this one. I think this is App Harvest. What do you do? What do I think you do? Homegrown food supply, okay? Well, I feel like I'm missing the boat on the PPSI. I mean, I have no more special insight into it. I did drop again. I had had a set price order. I was going to get into this at around 8:30. It popped up to 870. It's popped right back down. It goes all the way back down to 790. So it's very erratic. My thoughts, I mean, it's a low float situation. You know, I wouldn't be taking too many shares. I'd probably have a wider stop. I don't, you know, it's an EV play. It was an EV play this day. And of course it was crazy because of the float. Man, I'm not in it anymore. PSFE. Wow. I mean, look at the percentage move, guys. I mean, you take this just under 6 down to 461. I just don't have the same feeling for BHG. And PSFE actually got halted. Just got halted. And a big drop for WRIVN, guys. A big drop, actually. It got up to 116, right back down to 109 now. Bumble has been all over the place. That's been a tough one. And as usual, I'm going to be waiting to see what sort of alerts I get from my option scanner, abnormal option scanner. All right, what do I had? A little grunt here. My G. Okay, Otley. OTLY. 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 Another earnings play coming up. All-time low. Am I missing it? See, this is a bit too much of a chase for me, but boy, oh boy, temptation. There's nothing supporting it, of course. It's an all-time low. So, guys, look, I'm not saying this is I guess I could call it a mini strategy. What I've been noticing over the last couple of weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, of course, we're in earnings season. Some of these smaller companies releasing earnings and they're making lifetime lows. You just get into that one and write it down. Does every single one of them do that? Of course not. But I'm just seeing too many of them. Because why are you going to buy this? You know, I mean, it's something like this, which is a relatively new company. This is probably its second earnings release, you know, and now it's a lifetime low. I mean, I know at some point bottom fishers will come in. But I mean, it's pretty disastrous if you're an existing shareholder. And that's the PPSI. I mean, not the PPSI. PPSI is a challenge for me. You know, you can see how it's chopped around already. You know, topping tails, bottoming tails. Look at the 15-minute chart. Big topping tails, big bottoming tails. Or we have Tapestry, TPR, Tapestry on the way up, earnings play. Now, I've been shying away from chasing these the longs earnings plays. I just don't. I'm just getting a bigger bang for my buck on the shorts. So the market is, so I'm looking at Toronto. Also, Toronto's up. So we have disconnect though. We have the so-called value stocks down and growth stocks up. Oh, this one's grunting at me now. PSFE. Not in it anymore. Ah. Well, guys, I mean, if you're going to take the PPSI, obviously you just have to be careful. PPSI, such a low float. Low float stock. 4 million, I think, in the float. Yeah, 4 million in the float. So again, what does that mean? That is a supply of stock. For me, anything under 20 million is very low. So the lower that number, that's the supply of stock. If for whatever reason there is demand, and the demand could come from maybe it's an earnings play, maybe it's had some kind of news, or for whatever reason traders are piling into this one today, a stock today. You can see right now 22 million have traded, only 4 million in the float. Do some quick math, that's about 5.6 times the float. So it's super active. Here's an earnings play. Fossil is an earnings play. If it takes out 20 somehow, I think the high over here is 1933. So it's above that high. That's on the monthly chart. I mean, it's definitely got room. I mean, it's had this is a great week, of course. It's an earnings play. How's the hood doing today? The hood still, that can't be right. Come on, refresh. Really? No, is that right? Up $6? No, that's wrong. Okay, yeah. So it's still still basically at yesterday's close. Well, guys, this is the last big week, okay? The last big week. We still have 600 companies releasing earnings. That's why we get a lot of activity. So this is the last big week, though. I'm just going to do a quick check to see how many companies next week. I believe it's about 300. It's always sad. Yeah, even less. We only have about 200 companies releasing earnings next week. So we've gone from about 1,200 last week to 600 this week to 200 next week. Okay. So this is the last week to really see a lot of these great moves. Why did I exit my PFAC short? Give me a stock, Bam Bam. Give me the name of that stock as an example. Let's take a look. Bon, B-O-N. Yeah, well, it hasn't traded at all, so that's one thing. So I can't answer. It's almost like it's halted. So it just hasn't traded at all today. So it's not that there's some sales here at 618, some buys at 618. Are you? Let's see. I'm going to see if there's any specific news on it. Yeah, so there's no news on it. There's no, well, there was some news on the 9th, but it's just not trading. So I guess what's happening here, the bid ask, you're right, is 636, 679. I don't know why it's not trading. Got to be some reason. It might even be halted. I don't see that it's halted, but it might be halted. All right, guys, the only thing I'm in right now is the BHG short. You're trying to have a lot of patience on it to see if it keeps sinking. I'm in at 588, sorry, 588 on the short of BHG. And just, I know, again, it's an earnings play and all-time low. Just wanted to see if it keeps sinking. Big float, which is okay. You know, it may be, you know, if it works out, it may be a more relaxing trade. I don't anticipate, you know, intense whippiness on it just because of the float. You mentioned the MCRB. I hadn't had a chance to look at it. Yeah, okay. Well, it obviously did not continue after earnings yesterday. Did not continue. Did not close well either. You know, I noticed this. It did not close well. I did my video on it yesterday. You know, when I did my video, of course, it was up here, and I was saying, man, if we can hold this area, we might get, you know, multiple days because of the gap. But it did not close well. And my closing well, meaning you had a high of 921, it closed almost $1 below that. That, in essence, kind of ruined it for me. Now it's actually maybe turning into a short now. In our XP, sure. Yeah, nice pop. Nice pop for NRXP. It is an earnings play next week. on the 16th. The interesting thing, of course, if it can take out 760 up here, 756 or so up here, and it's got a ton of room. So, you know, just stick an alert up there, see if it happens later on. Pete, I do not have a link like that. So if you want to, info@trade-ideas.com. You can ask for that. I don't have it. Guys, the office depot here is moving down here. Not an earnings play. ODP moving down, and it has some room underneath. ODP. Yeah, PPSI. Well, PPSI or PFSE, man oh man, or PSFE. Two great ones for the day. And there's the volume. Look at the volume coming in. 4 million, 32 million have traded. It's 8 times the float. But boredom will not shake me out of my BHG short. You never know. Or another one, AMWL, another cheap one getting beaten up. And guess what? All-time low. AMWL, all-time low. You know, the single stock window is a great at-a-glance resource. If you're not using it, it's funny because I never used to use it. I really didn't see the need for it. I can't remember when I started using it. Probably a couple of years ago, maybe, as part of my layout. I mean, it's been around for longer than that. Now I find it invaluable. You know, you start looking at these position in ranges, and you right at a glance, you can just tell how beat up or how good a stock is performing. You know, but it's also got other information, the earnings date, the relative volumes here, the floats here, the short float percent. You can customize it to how you want. These are just filters. So you can customize it any way you want. This is just the way I like to see things at a glance. All right, guys, here's another one on the move. This KRMD, a repro medicine, another earnings play, post-market, after hours, little action after hours for KRMD, starting to move. However, look at that 200-day moving average looming above it. 338, there it is. My feeling, it'll stall there. No, I didn't even see this. So Fossil actually came in the earnings, my option scanner. There would be one major reason why I would never have taken that trade there. I really feel that 20 is a real tough one to get through. So what I'm going to do, give me a moment. So I always feel that 20 is a really psychologically tough number to get through. So I'm going to stick my alert back up here at around 20 for Fossil, FOSL. See if it comes back later on in the day. Now you can go back to Shady, you can go back to a previous version of Trade Ideas, 4 point whatever, you can request it. See, for me, I don't mind. I mean, I know exactly what you're saying. I've been able to kind of adjust with this whole docking and all. But you can always go back, which I know doesn't sound. I mean, it doesn't sound good, to force you to go back a version of Trade Ideas so you get what you want, but nothing more I can say about it. What happens when you do so I can't even remember. So when you change the font, I know in the past when you change, I think what you're really trying to do is just change the font here as opposed to everything else. Plus, I'm not sure if you do change the font everywhere, if it actually affects the single stock window. Yeah, I'm not sure Batlight's about zero commission in Canada. I think Wealthsimple has I really don't know. You'd have to do a search. Just do a Google search, zero commission trading in Canada. I mean, listen, I know everybody gets hung up on IB with their half a cent a share. I think, guys, you get what you pay for. So if you find half a cent a share is horrible, well, I don't know what really to say. Sure, it's nice to have zero commission, but I just don't know what to say. Shady, if you go to the homepage and ask for the version, it's a real pre-doc version, okay? I don't know what the number, they'll know though. Let me just give you the homepage. So what do you mean by a Forex fee? I mean, I know what Forex is. So are you trying to tell me that so if you're trading US stocks, there's actually a fee? Oh, the conversion. Yeah, but what if you don't convert? What if you just have a US dollar account? I mean, I have a US dollar account in Interactive Brokers. Ay, well, that's terrible then. So that doesn't work. I see. Well, that doesn't work. So I don't know if there's any effective zero commission brokers in Canada. Go to IB. Half a cent a share should not be a detriment. All right, you little BHG, just reward my patience. We have a SPAC, I think they just launched. Yeah, another SPAC, LGVCU. The one that is, I can even give you a nice little link for it. Oops. You guys in YouTube, you can hear me? If you can hear me, okay. I'm having a problem posting, so I'm going to have to. Hopefully, this doesn't. I don't think it's going to do anything. My problem is, you see here, I'm getting an error when I'm trying to post, so I'm going to have to delete this and launch it again. Hopefully, that doesn't boot all you guys out. See if that works. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm going to put myself on mute. Just give me a moment. The chat is dead in YouTube. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me in YouTube? Want to disable the audio alerts, Rob? Okay, if you right click on an alert window, right click and click on properties and actions, and then you can uncheck the play sound, okay? If you want to get rid of them all, there's a toggle, a sound toggle between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. It's a toggle on and off, okay? Yeah, I don't think anybody can hear me in YouTube. Okay, maybe you guys can hear me. Okay. Okay, I think I found you guys. You're right here. Okay, let's start again. Okay, good. So what I was trying to do, somebody asked about IB, Interactive Brokers. So this is a link. Okay. That's who I use. I'm in Canada. I use Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, sorry. Okay, I think I'm back to normal now in the YouTube room. All right, AQMS just showed up. Again, slight bias against the ones under 2, under 5. Let's take a look at AQMS. I would never take this trade, okay? It's showing up in the option scanner. 192, look left, 198, look left, 206. To me, there's just too much resistance nearby. So that would keep me from taking that trade. Now, if it can take out this area, 207 or so, then I suppose it's got a shot to the 230, but it's not clean, clean, clean. Look how choppy it is on the 2-minute chart. That is correct, Bat Highlights. Pretty quiet day, guys. Pretty quiet on the AI front. So, Honeybee, I don't know if that's a serious question or not. Nobody knows. Nobody knows anything that might happen in the future. Could it recover yesterday's losses eventually? Sure. It may not, but nobody knows. I don't know if that was a serious question. All right, you guys, we're talking about EVGO. Let's take a look at EVGO. There's some big EV play a couple of days ago, 3 days ago. 2 and 3 days ago. And it was an earnings play yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it still looks interesting. Takes out that high. This could turn into a very gratifying short, guys, for me, the BHG. Boring is all get out. I'll take boring. Lightspeed is not the main broker. It's E-Trade. It's E-Trade, Zach, and Interactive Brokers. You know what? It's almost 10:20. This is when I typically start giving my little spiel about trade ideas. So I'm going to go over that right now. Okay. First of all, look at PPSI. Again, I'm not in this one. I should be in this one. I'm just not in this one. Well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And we do actually have a 20% promo code today, Veterans Day. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put my homepage link in here. And the promo code to use, make sure I spelled it correctly. Okay, so it's Thanks Vets 20, all in capital letters. Okay. Thanks Vets 20, all in capital letters. So when you click on my homepage link, now if you're in the main room, my homepage is right here. The tab is right there. So this link that you see here is available all day, of course, right there. So I'm going to click on the link, and this is what you'll see. So obviously, do not use that promo code. You'll only get 15% off. Use the Thanks Vet 20, and you'll get 20% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And this is how much Trade Ideas cost. So we have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 20%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 20%. The big difference is the AI, which really interesting marketing. Well, there was one. Okay, we finally got an alert from the AI. AI is probably going to be less alerts going forward. Hopefully more quality. We'll just have to wait and see. But that is, I'm going to go over the AI in a bit, but that's the main difference between premium and standard. You don't have to have an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. $118, $228, you can apply that 20% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. However, if you take out a subscription today, and then within 30 days you decide, I love Trade Ideas, and I want to upgrade to an annual subscription, we'll honor the 20% promo code, okay? Do not take out an annual subscription right off the bat. You know, because if, 3 weeks, a month down the road, you think, man, I don't really like it. Our refund policy, I mean, it's stated, it's not a good refund policy if you're going to do something like that and you want to get your money back. I'm going to just tell you flat out, there's no reason to do that. You can start off with the monthly plans, get that 20%, and then then after a month you probably have a good idea whether or not you want to stick with the program, and then you can update, and we'll honor the 20%. Okay? So there are 3 free sections: the trade of the week, stock of the day, and the education section from my homepage. So the trade of the week, it is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do it at noon. Education, tons of education here, mainly about trade ideas, of course. We've got a very, very comprehensive user guide now. If you're not aware of it, it's all segmented, okay? But it's also a full table of contents that is searchable. If you're just starting out though, what I would do is I would take the 20 introductory lessons just to quickly show you what Trade Ideas is all about. You know, what is a top list, building them, alert windows, creating them, all the way down to the AI, nicknamed Holly, down to Brokerage Plus, okay? So this is a quick way just to get customized to Trade Ideas. And then if you really want to dive into it, here's the user guide. Daily support sessions. Today's Thursday. I think it's Jamie in our YouTube room today when I take a break at noon. Jamie takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I'll put the YouTube link in before I do take my break. Daily webinars. So that's it for this week. Next week, it'll be Tuesday, Thursday. The following week, it's Monday, Wednesday. That's the rotation we're on. But you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. So this is nothing to do with trade ideas so much. This is back to basics. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this video series put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. You know, it starts off with what is a stock? So take a look at this if you're new to trading. So those are the 3 free sections. And then, of course, here are my scans. So this is a sample layout that I've got. It doesn't look exactly like this, but it's a sample layout if you want to take a look at it. Plus all the individual scans that I have created. Not all of them, but ones that I'm sharing here. The ones I love: 10-day daily breakdown, breakout, breakdown, and my unusually strong option scanner. I mean, I like these other ones too, but you know, I don't have them all up and running. That'd be way too many. But what happens is, at some point, one of my scans that I have maybe up and running now, I may start looking at it and going, you know what, I don't really like what it's giving me. Maybe I should try the biggest pullback on winners for a while and see what that is giving me. Maybe I should take a look at, I used to have it here. I guess I don't have it here anymore. Well, the momentum up and momentum down, things like that. So, you know, I've got a lot of scans, bouncers, toppers. These are looking for stocks that are maybe way up, and maybe they've topped out. Maybe they give you an opportunity to find that top and short them, or the bounce, stocks that have been hammered and then they're maybe bouncing. So I've got all these other scans that I'm sharing. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. This can kind of set me up for the day, maybe finding the stocks that could be active all day long. The PFSE, the other one, the BHG that I'm in, things like that. No, Zach, Lightspeed does not offer automation, okay? Lightspeed, forget Lightspeed. The only automation is with IB and E-Trade. I'm going to get to that right now. So there is a lot of information in these 2 sections. Save my link, then you can take a look at all these whenever you want. Okay, I guess you weren't listening to me earlier, Rob. Yeah, I explained it. You right click, properties, and then actions, and then just uncheck it. Now when you say okay, don't forget to save your work. Don't forget to save your work, because if you don't save your work and you just exit Trade Ideas without saving your work, anything you do, including something as mundane as getting rid of a sound alert, will not be saved. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. It doesn't matter who your broker is. It doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. So if you want to build your own scans, this is how you would always start. So I'm looking at this particular scan called the 10-day daily breakout, okay? This is what it's looking for. So if you want to build your own scans, guys, I can't do anything. I have to get rid of this. And so let me just keep putting price alerts below and below and below. Okay, let me back this up. So if you want to build your own scans, you would always start off with your filters, okay? The filters basically whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So in this particular case, I'm looking for stocks between $2 and $35, current volume is 6, etc. Doesn't really matter what these numbers are or what the filters are using. I'm just trying to show you the concept of when you want to build your own scans, this is what you would do. Because if I didn't have these filters in here, and I just asked, show me the stocks making a new high for the day as my alert, obviously I would be inundated with alerts. So if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, that's why we see these stocks, okay? So if you want to build your own scans, we've really tried to make it easy. If you do want to build your own scans, right click on an alert window and click on search. You see here are all the alerts that we have. I mean, I typically just use new high and new low. That's because I'm a momentum trader, but there are lots and lots of other different alerts that we have, okay? And if you go all the way down here, comes to these icons, these are the filters. You don't have to learn them all, okay? It's not a matter of learning them all. Why we created so many is that we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we feel that we've given you enough alerts and filters that you can create your own scan without having to know a programming language. Okay? Now, I know I keep saying if you want to build your own scans. We recognize that a lot of people, look at Trade Ideas and think it's too complicated. Even though I've tried to go over, it's not that hard to create your own scans. I've shown you all the alerts and filters that you can have. But you may think, well, I think I like this scan, but I still have no idea where to start. Well, okay. First of all, that's why I give you a lot of my alerts or a lot of my scans. Number one, you can take a look at them. Now, for instance, the 10-day daily breakout. So if you loaded it and you saw it and you click on summary, then you're going to see what I'm looking for. Now, you may look at that and go, well, you know what? I don't like that price range. That's fine. You just click on the icon and you make a change. Your price range may be totally different from what I like to look at, which is absolutely fine. Say it's 10 and 35 instead of 2 and 35. Make the change, click on the summary. You can see how it's changed. And you just save it. And that's it. I'm not going to do that change, of course. Guys, this is actually turning into a delicious short. Now, the other thing we do, not just my scans, but we have a ton of scans up here. If you click from our toolbar and you click on New and Docked Channel Bar, these are all themed channels, okay? So if I click on the Momentum channel as an example, this is what I'm going to see. So here's a scan. We call it Momo for Momentum. So, you look at Wish, and you look at it and go, that's an interesting look. Maybe I should have this scan. Then all you have to do is save it to the cloud. You right click, duplicate into a free floating window. And I'm going over this really quickly. I'm not trying to teach you on the fly. Like, nobody should be scrambling and making notes or anything like this. All covered in the user guide and also the 20 short lessons. But now that I have it outside of this, if I right click and I save or share to cloud, I'm going to save it. I'll do that one. Okay. Now, if you were on this channel and you looked again at the configure and you thought, oh, okay, I see what it's looking for. It sounds good to me, except I don't like that price range. I want to make it between 10 and 50. Click on summary, see how it's changed. Everything's cool. You click OK. As long as you stay on this channel, any changes you make in the channel will remain. But the minute you leave the channel, those changes are not saved. Why? Because these channels are for everybody. The fact that you want to make a change to something doesn't necessarily mean other people want the same change. So that's typically, though, why I'm trying to explain here is that you can go to a channel and you can take a look at a scan and you think it might be interesting. Then you say, okay, yeah, I want that as part of my layout. I'll go to another one called stock surging. And you might like the action is heating up. You go through the same process, right click, duplicate into a free floating window, save it to the cloud. So once you've gone through various channels, maybe extracted some alerts, some top lists from them, and in the toolbar, file, load from cloud, and you see how that one is at the top here, Momo's at the top. I would just load it, and any other ones that I've done, I would just keep loading them. Okay, they'll appear in your screen. Then you can add some charts, maybe a single stock window, and then you've created your own layout without really having to create any alert window or a top list window or anything else from scratch. Okay, and then you don't forget to save it. File, save or share to cloud. Give it a name. Click on entire. And give it a name, my first layout. Save it. So it's in the cloud. Really important to save things to the cloud. Explain why. Come on. So saving things to the cloud, a number of reasons. First of all, you can download trade ideas to as many devices as you want. Okay, but you can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. Okay, so I'm working on a desktop computer, but I've got a laptop, so I've got trade ideas on my laptop. I download trade ideas, but instead of having to recreate everything from scratch, all my layouts, all my scans, etc., all I have to do is once I've got the program loaded, I just file, load from cloud, and I just can find the layout I want. Boom. So I don't have to do anything. I don't have to recreate anything from scratch. So that's number one. Number two, if anything happened to your computer, say my desktop, the next second, it starts to smoke and blows up. Okay, bad enough. Have to get a new computer. But as long as I've saved everything to the cloud, all I have to do is load my program again and get things back from the cloud. Okay? So very important to save things to the cloud. Now let me talk about Brokerage Plus, because this is I don't think it should be confusing, but sometimes it can be confusing. So this window that you see that we call Brokerage Plus, first of all, it's only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. Now you'll notice in the toolbar, it says Brokerage Plus. Underneath one says Live and one says Sim for simulation. Okay, paper trading. I am going to put a link in. Obviously, you're trying to be funny, honeybee. Okay. Now, I put in a link for Brokerage Plus. There are 2 videos. The short video shows you how, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can connect to your account. And you can then trade from within Trade Ideas using this Brokerage Plus window. Just give me a moment here. Excuse me one moment, please, guys. I'm trying to find this link that I... I'm going to see if this works. Nah, it didn't work. Just give me a moment, please, guys. I got to find the right link. Okay, so this is Brokerage Plus, and again, the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, but I want to listen to me very carefully. If you don't have an IB account or an E-Trade account, that does not mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this feature that we call Brokerage Plus. That's all it means. Okay, it's a nice feature. I don't use it. I mean, what I use it for is to demonstrate paper trading and simulation trading. But I just trade from within my IB account. So, but if I weren't demonstrating paper trading at all, I would probably use this. You know, off screen, it's of course, but you know, I would use it. But it's not mandatory. But don't worry, if you don't have an IB account or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner, first and foremost. That's what we do. Now, we do link with many brokerage platforms. We have an external linking tool. You click on Tools, External Linking, and you just you click on Add Link, and you follow the instructions. What linking does, it's a time saver. That's all it is. It's a time saver. So, for instance, when I click on ARVL, it links into my IB platform, okay, and from there I trade it. And we link with many trading platforms. Okay, so that's all the linking is. It's a great time saver. If you're not clicking on many alerts all day long, it's maybe not that big a deal. But if you're like me, I mean, I'm clicking on alerts all day long, and so it would be a pain if I had to type them into my. It would be a real pain if I had to type them in. Okay, so that's what linking does. And before anybody asks me, well, when will Brokerage Plus be available for, I think, or Swim or TDA or any other brokerage platform? I don't know. Okay. All right, let me demonstrate now how you can use this Brokerage Plus to paper trade. If you have never traded before, or you're just starting out, or maybe even you have a strategy that you'd like to try, okay, and you want to see how it would work, you can paper trade it. So, I want to show you how you can take a trade on a pullback as an example. I know that's pretty popular. Let's take a look at EVGO. Say I wanted to take this trade, but I don't want to take it up here. I want to see if it can pull back down to this level here. Maybe it'll bounce off that level and resume, okay? So there's the EVGO. Notice when I clicked on that alert from another, I have some scans on my other monitor. I clicked on the symbol, it shows up. I'll pick how many shares I want to do that at. Maybe I'll pick 300 shares. And as demonstrated yesterday, I'm going to put in both these boxes 1720. And don't ask me why I have to put them in both these boxes, the price and the stop. I just do, and it works. So that's all I care about, okay? Now when I click the buy button, you know, there'll be a blue line appearing on the chart. So if EVGO goes down to 1720, it'll take the trade. Okay, that's how you can practice pullback trading. Now at some point, if you don't want to take the trade, you know, maybe the market's really going disastrously, some news about EV in general, you know, you just don't like it, the stock starts really moving down, you can always go into the orders and right click and cancel it. Okay, I'll leave it in. I'll leave it in. Now let's take a trade right now. Yeah, again, this one from the option scanner. I mean, I'm not in love with it because I think there could be some, you know, resistance not that far away, 779. But you know what? Just to demonstrate, you know, the idea of money management and placing stops and all that, I'll take this trade. Okay, the spread, yeah, it's a bit of a tough spread. I won't do it on that one. Give me a moment, please. Our warrants. Where's Keg? I haven't seen him for a while. He's the one who turned us on to trading the warrants. Not too many. Not too many alerts. Halts today. This resumes. So this must be. Is this an IPO? Heartbeam announces price. Is this really an IPO right now? All right, so this is a really cheap one, guys, but it is not popping. It's priced at $6 a share. Beat. Somebody want to find out how many shares were issued? I can do it, obviously, but I'm a little busy. But if somebody can find out how many shares were issued and maybe who's behind it, I doubt very much any of the big guys are behind this one. All right, guys, I'm going to take this route just to demonstrate it, okay? I'm just trying to find something with a good spread. I'm going to take 500 shares of the HNST, okay? Not that I wouldn't, you know, it's way too extended, but I just want to show you the mechanics. Whoops, I'm going to buy at the market, yeah. Okay, so it took the trade, okay? This is in our simulator, all right, using our real-time data. Notice the entry price was 10.24. I'm going to put a stop at 10.04. I know you guys get tired of my saying this, but I want to make the math easy. But there are new people, so I always have to do it like this. Okay? And notice on the chart, 97.50 minus 97.50, okay? So what that means is, now first of all, when you get into trading, unfortunately, not every trade is going to work. And in fact, when you're looking to take a trade, you should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take the trade. I mean, you should have some kind of a checklist that says, unless I can check 4 or 5 things, I don't want to take this trade. So, for instance, for me, most of the things that I would normally have to check are already built into the scans. What do I mean by that? I'm never going to see outside of a price range that I want to trade. I'm never going to see anything with at least the minimum number of shares that have been traded, relative volume, things like that. I'll know, I can always check those because they are already in my scan. So I'm not going to see anything like that. So other things in my scan though, not my scan, but what I'm going to be looking at, how much room does it have on the daily, weekly, monthly chart. So I'll be sizing that up. What's the pattern it's coming from? And I'll be sizing that up pretty quickly, just from the experience that I got. So, but I'm always looking for reasons not to take the trade. You noticed me talking about the AQMS earlier. AQMS came from the option scanner. Even though it's my favorite scanner, I don't like it because look at all the resistance it's got to get through, near $2. So I don't take the trade. That was a big X for me, as an example. So the concept then of what happens though, so you might get into your first trade, or any trade, even if you're, listen, this is as appropriate to the traders who've been trading for a while as brand new traders, because a lot of people don't think stocks make sense. The market makers hunt my stops, they take me out, etc., etc. If you want to believe that, then I can't help you. But if you can get the concept into your head that a stop should be placed, and a stop meaning, look, trade's not working, I should be out at this price so I can get out for a manageable loss. I don't want to blow up my account by being stubborn just because I think a trade should work. So what I did here is I put a stop 20 cents away. That's why you see -100. Whoops, let's get the symbol up again. That's why you see almost 100. Because if you're saying to yourself, okay, I kind of get the idea of placing a stop, but how the heck am I going to know where to put it? Well, there is no right or wrong way to placing stops, okay? I'm more visual when I look at a chart and I see maybe what I consider is, say, in a 5-minute chart, a lot of good support. There's a lot of action there, never really went down below that price. So that's what I would call support. So if it went below that price, I should be out of the trade, okay? Some, assuming they've entered on a good setup, they may look at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or the low of the previous 15-minute candle, or maybe a moving average that they'll get out of. So, there are different ways of placing stops. There's no right or wrong way. You have to find a way such that it's comfortable for you. So let's just say, okay, you've been doing this for several months. You're getting used to placing stops. Excuse me. The next aspect is if you have a $5,000 account, hopefully you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. All right. What I do here in the simulator is I'm always risking $100 a trade, and I always keep how much I risk in my real account is always the same amount. I don't risk 1,000 one trade, 2,000 the next, 50 the next, okay? I'm risking about the same every single trade. Do not get into revenge trading. So let's just say in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. So that is how that got share size. Why did I take 500 shares? Because that's the other thing. I don't take the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I take is dictated by the difference between the entry price and the stop price. That's why I tried to make this really simple in the math. That happens to be 20 cents away. If you divide 20 cents into how much you're willing to risk on the trade, in this case $100, you get 500 shares. So, you might be sitting here thinking, man, that's a lot to do and learn and all that. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Trading is not easy. That's why you have to practice. But eventually, you get to do a lot of these things right on the fly. Now, the other thing is now to obey your stop. Sometimes it's really, really hard. You know, I talked about the checklist. So you can have a checklist and everything checks out. And in fact, and it's really good. Great earnings, great looking chart, great, lots of room on the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart for it to keep going. And guess what? Even the best setup in the world, sometimes the best setups in the world, sometimes they just don't work. And so, you know, but sometimes that's going to be very hard to obey your stop because you're so convinced it's got to work. And so what happens is it starts hitting your stop and you say, the heck with it, you know, it's going to bounce back. And now that $100 turns into $200, $300, $400, $500, $600 before you finally give up and say, oh man, I wish I had obeyed my stop. One of the worst things that can happen is you don't obey your stop. You're down 200, 300, and then it does bounce and now you're up 400. And you say, thank goodness I didn't obey my stop. Of course that can happen, of course. But I'm telling you, over the long run, and in my experience, obeying your stop is so critical to money management. And listen, you can always get back into the trade. Commissions are cheap. So, you know, you look at it this way. Maybe when I got into the trade, even though it was a nice setup and all, maybe it was still, for whatever reason, a little bit early. Maybe the market was moving against me just a little bit. Maybe somebody decided to sell, but now it's starting to work again. You can always get back into the trade. Okay, so practice, practice, practice. Okay, if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money when you connect to your live account. Okay, just forget about it. If you can make money in the simulator, there's still no guarantee because, again, when you connect to your live account, it becomes way, way more emotional. You know, obeying your stop, watching your P&L go up and down, it becomes way, way more emotional. Yeah, so daily volatility, I mean, yeah, our relative volume filter is probably very good for that, you know, because these are stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, so for instance, if I look at HNST, what that 8.9 means, up to this point of the day, almost 11 o'clock, this is trading almost 10 times normal. Okay, so right there, it's going to show you some good volatility. You can also use another filter that we have. Let me just do a search on it. Where are you? Oh, come on. I know the filter, just can't seem to find it. Where are you? All right, change. Oh man, guys, this is just awesome. A moment here. I'll find it for you. There we go. Okay, change from the open percent of average true range. Okay, look at Riven, guys. RIVN. Boom. So I'm talking to you, honeybee. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So here we go. All right. So you can try this filter right there. The change from the open to percent of average true range. All right. So in conjunction with the average true range filter. So if you wanted to see stocks that typically say had an average true range or an average true range of say $1, you know, $1, and then you use this filter in conjunction with it and added that filter and say put 200, that means that stock that has an average true range of usually $1 will be $2 today. as an example. Okay? So the average true range filter, if I can find it. So again, you can use that. Yeah, I'm loving it. Sorry guys, I'm oh, this is embarrassing. I can't find, where the heck is it? Here we go. Okay. I don't know why it wasn't showing up on the average. So, okay, use these two filters, okay? So average true range. So if you want things that trade at least usually $1, okay, or have a range of at least $1, so you could add that filter as an example and put 1. So now it's got to be a minimum, okay? And then change from the open to percent. If you put 200, so that means that a stock that normally has an average true range of $1, that stock today will have an average will have a range of $2. Okay? Yeah, so we're not really geared for that sort of trading, but you know, you can try those filters and see if see if it gives you what you're looking for. We're not really geared for scalping a few cents on 1,000 shares, but if you can use these two, maybe it'll give you something you're looking for. All right, guys. So I have covered some of the BHG. Okay, right underneath 550. And just see if it continues down any further. I'm afraid to look at EVGO. All right, now notice here, guys, and I did this on purpose. All right, I did this on purpose. So you notice here with the HNST, notice what it says: today's profit. So it took me out of the trade. Okay, it took me out of the trade. Remember, I had a stop in, and so I'm not in the position anymore. It took me out for that manageable $100 loss. Okay, so that's all good. However, at one point when I was in that trade, in the simulator, I was up $82. I mean, nothing fantastic, but still up $82. Hopefully you would never let something that you were up $82 in turn into a $100 loss. Even more dramatically, what if I were up $500 on a trade and then you just let it drift down and then you actually end up taking a loss on it? This is how you can practice your exits also. Okay, you can get a feel for how good are my exits. You know, it's one of the very common questions. It's one of the very common questions. How do I know when to exit? Well, you know, there are various ways. You know, how I do a lot of how I exit, and I don't usually exit 100%, and I don't have a set percent. A little bit is by feel. I mean, if I get into, especially if a cheaper one, and it pops almost immediately, I got to take some off, especially if it's a low float, because it could come right back down. Okay. So all I'm trying to show you though is that if you have these three columns, and now this one is going to show you your distance from your exit price. Now look what's happened. So from where we got out, I guess the exit was probably right around 10.01 or something. It's now 20 cents above it. Now typically what you'd love to see is a big negative number, right? Because if you get out of a trade, you'd like to think, man, did I get out at the right price? And so if you see a big negative number, you say, great, because it's way below where I got out. But this can also show you, hey, maybe I should be getting back into the trade. BHG. This is giving me more than I thought, guys, I have to admit. Riven now, all-time high. I mean, it's a 2-day high, but it's an all-time high. RIVN, I think, just let me make sure. Well, I guess not quite, 119.39. So 119.39 is the all-time high. Well, I was right about one thing yesterday. I was pretty convinced that they would not let this one close down below 100. You know, we got all the way down to what 95, and where did it close? Close at just over 100. I was just so convinced they would not let this close below 100, just psychologically. Yeah, so this one's open. The BLZE is open. Ah, look at that BLZE, guys. This is really rippage here. So I'm going to do a quick look to see what sort of... So next week there are only 3 IPOs. Now, is the person in the room who asked about IPOs? I said I would... he asked about IPOs. I can't remember which room it was. Was it in our main room or in the YouTube room? Somebody asked about IPOs and I was going to show them what to do. If you're there, just say, yes, I'm still here. Just went back. All right, well, okay. I went over this yesterday, and because we get the question a lot, can Trade Ideas scan for IPOs? Just one moment, please. Okay, so this is what I described yesterday, all right? First thing to do, and now, so, no, we don't have a scan for IPOs. Personally, I think this is a better way to do it, because if you're serious about looking at IPOs, you should know something about the IPO, all right, before you dive into it, in my opinion. Now, next week we only have 3 IPOs, but this week I think we probably had 10 or 15. Some weeks, you're just loaded with the IPOs. And so instead of just saying, oh, there's BLZ, yeah, I can't remember what it does, I can't remember the price, I can't remember how many shares, I don't know who's behind it. This is what I do. Because I think it gets you a little bit attuned to what the IPO is all about. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, there you are. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to do crypto anytime soon. I mean, they thought we'd have crypto 3 years ago, so. Okay. Here is what I use for IPOs, okay? Okay, so I just put this link in, all right? So, next week, I'm going to go to my IPO calendar, and we're going to see the ones. So you can see this one right here. There's beat. In fact, I want to put beat up right now. It's interesting. Only interesting because I'll talk about SOPA in a little bit. But so what I would do is this, okay? In fact, do we have an IPO? We're Thursday now, so is there one on the 12th? Okay, so I can actually demonstrate this right here. So here's one on the 12th, right? Here's the Maxim, this is Advanced Human Imaging Limited, okay? AHI. But really what I'd be doing is on Saturday, have maybe 5 or 10 minutes. You'd be going to your IPO calendar, but I'm going to show you what I mean. So AHI, I'm going to type AHI. I'm going to create a price alert for it. Create a price alert. I'm going to put $1. Obviously, it's going to be above $1, when it opens. Now, at a glance, I mean, it says only 1 million shares. I mean, I can't. This looks like this is a SPAC, maybe. Got $10. Doesn't look like it. This is kind of strange. I would pick a strange one. But let's just go with it. I'm just going to go with it, okay? So in the notes section now, you could say 1 million. That's the number of shares. And where is it? Just give me a moment. It says 1 million shares, and they're talking about a 10 to 12 price. Okay, so you have an idea. And then Maxim. Okay, so in the notes section, you know that there were 1 million shares offered, or in the offering. 10 to 12 is the range they're thinking, and Maxim is behind it. So you can save it. Okay? Now, when I look at my price alerts window, see, it's down here. So if I minimize my price alerts window, tomorrow when this starts trading, this will pop up on my screen. I have my notes section. I can very quickly see, right, this was the 1 million, 10 to 12, Maxim was behind it. Okay? So that's one. Now, this one looks like a bigger one. Now, this one looks like a way bigger one, of course. This is tomorrow. KLC, Kinder Care Learning Center, okay? So now I'll do the same thing. And if you guys are thinking this is too much work, I'm sorry. You know, I think that, you know, if you're going to get, if you really want to know about the IPO, you should look at it first. You should see what is it about, who's behind it. You know, so now I'm going to create my price alert again at $1. And in this particular case, you know, 25 million. I can just, you know, my note, 25 million. I can put between 18 to 21. And look who's behind this one. So now we've got some big guys, you know. We've got Goldman Sachs. We've got Citigroup. We've got Morgan Stanley. You don't have to put them all, you know, but you can put as many as you want. But knowing that there's some big people behind this, big firms behind this, you save that, okay? And I'll do the only other one, Sweet Green. We'll do Sweet Green. Create the price alert. $1. And again, in the notes section, 12.5. I'll just put 12. Okay, and between 23 and 25. Oops. And again, who's behind it? Got some big guys behind it. JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, etc. Okay, I mean, you can put as many as you want. Save it. So that's the exercise. So imagine if now, Nick, Saturday morning, or Friday afternoon, or Sunday morning, you've got 5 minutes to spare, 10 minutes to spare. These are the IPOs for next week. Okay, I'm looking at my IPO calendar. Oh, well, those are the IPOs for next week. I'm sorry. So these are the two for next week. So I've already got them put in. There's another IPO for next week. I could have put all these in. This is the one for tomorrow, Derm. Okay. All I'm trying to say is that go to your IPO calendar, find the ones for the next week, go through that little exercise. Now you're a little more familiar with what the IPO is all about, who's behind it, and what the price is. The reason why the price is so important is because if you look at that and it said, well, the proposed price range was 21 to 28 or 22, and it opens at 28, you know there's a lot of enthusiasm behind it. You also know how many shares. Now I want to talk about the SOPA. You know, why the SOPA did what it did. There were only 2 million shares. The IPO was priced at 9. It also happened to be a Vietnamese stock. Now we'd seen previous some Asian stocks, some China stocks a few months ago that did almost the same sort of thing. So if you're analyzing the IPO, for instance, if I saw that ahead of time, I'd say, I want to be all over that one. I want to know about it. I want to track it. Okay? Okay, so we have scanners, Junkie, that will show you stocks that are close to the VWAP. We have no EMAs, number one. We only have SMAs. Okay, we have a filter that shows you the break, the cross of a VWAP, either in the upside or the downside, or it can be very close to the VWAP, say 1% either side. And the same thing with these moving averages. We don't have EMAs at all. So again, you can find stocks that are close. You know, the change from the 200, 50, 20, 10, and 8 that are close to the EMAs, to those EMAs, or SMAs, sorry. Wow, Riven, what a move. You're not a subscriber yet, are you? So, but those are good questions because, before you subscribe to something, I mean, if that is critical to the way you want to trade, you should know whether or not Trade Ideas can do something like that. You know what I forgot to keep an eye on was that Bumble. So the Bumble was sugar. I had an awesome quick alert on or quick short on this one. I had to pay attention to it because then it popped right back up and looked like it was actually going to recover. But look what it's doing now. I mean, this was kind of hoping it would do this here and keep moving down. But this might be now all day. I mean, it's an earnings play. No support. It's an all-time low. I'm sure he is in full defense mode. So I don't know what you mean, Denver, on the IB Interactive Brokers TWS. All right, so NUZE is not a IPO. Had a huge pop here, guys. It was halted. Excuse me. And it's at that 200-day moving average. Low float, 11.5 million in the float. Look at the volume already. Not already, I shouldn't say already, but all the volume is here. Well, let's see if it has any effect on what it's doing. And we're talking about the BMBL. The effect meaning that the CEO is on CNBC trying to defend, obviously. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, look where it got to. I have no idea what these guys are all about. Let's do a little profile. Coffee and tea manufacturing. Okay. They got halted at 11:15 plus 1 second. So if this is a 2-minute halt, a 5-minute halt, it will be halt. It'll come out at, well, it's more than a 5-minute halt, obviously. So if it's a 10-minute halt, usually there are multiples of 5, so this will be 125.05 if it's a 10-minute halt. And this is what I'm talking about. You see the halt right there, 115.01. So typically they are 5-minute halts. You can see like the PIK, 1047.50, open at 1052.50. Typically they're 10-minute halts, but if it's not, usually, and then it's a multiple of 5. Partner Cuvee Coffee. I guess Cuvee Coffee must be in Walmart or something, or well, it's always a nice press release to be put out. Let's see what the reaction is going forward. 11.5 million in the float, so you know it's going to be active. All right, guys. Well, I'll keep it up here. Hopefully, this is not going to be too anticlimactic. 125.01. So in 15 seconds, this should open if it's going to be a 10-minute halt. Stacking, it's hard to tell. It's just stacking up at, this is the time in sales, 367, 367. No real clue there. Sometimes you see a big, there we go. And there we go. My goodness, 450s. It's going to get halted again, guys. Yeah, it's going to get halted again. It just got halted again. I actually tried to get some, and I couldn't get it. It was just as it was halting. Well, this will be interesting to see where this opens again. What I'm seeing right now, I mean, again, this changes, of course, but what I'm seeing right, never mind that 1147, that's ridiculous. But the 560, see, so it's halted at 464. If you're wondering, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Your broker will have something like that. How can you download them? Can you find my homepage tab? And click on my link. And then when you click on my link, you'll see this. And here are my scans. Okay, here are the scans, including, it's not the layout that you see, but it's, it's a layout, okay? Has the basic new highs and lows. But if you wanted these, the daily breakout or down, they are here. But here are the scans. Ah, man, I just missed that one too. I just missed. I was taking a, you know, I typically don't do the halts. What I was really hoping for didn't really happen. I wanted this. It got halted at what, 360. You got halted at 366. The ideal situation would have been for it to pull back just a little bit and then pop over that 366, and that's where I wanted to take it. But you see what it did? It just touched it, and I thought, you know what, this is going. And I tried to get it, couldn't get it. So what time is it? 11:28. So if it's another 10-minute halt, it's going to be if it's a 10-minute halt, it'll be 11:35 plus 21 seconds. So guys, the only one I'm still in is the BHG. No real reason to get out. I have taken some out below 50, but 550. But just holding on to see if it has another further move down. Okay, the link, Sam, can you see my homepage tab? Can you see that tab? Where it says Barry's homepage, can you see that tab? Can you get to that tab? Yes, no? Okay, well, I'll give you the link. I never understand exactly why people can't see it, but you know, people say they can't see it, but okay. Here it is. Okay, so there's the link. Click on the link. Click on the link. And when you click on the link, give me a moment. When you click on the link, this is the scan section, okay, right here. And you click here. Here are all the scans I'm sharing, including a sample layout. Okay? All right, so this did not pop up now. Now this could get interesting if it takes out this 480 or so. It might be over though. I mean, and guys, if you're new to trading, I mean, this is not, you know, anything I would recommend. Give me a moment. My headset just is about to fail on me. Again, this might be over. Oh, Qubit, really? Just give me a moment here as I put this price alert in. Okay, guys. Well, AQMS, I did put an alert up here for AQMS. Did come from my option scanner, 192. Didn't love it, thinking there's a lot of resistance here. We'll see what happens. All right, guys. Hey, good morning, Real. May want to keep looking at SDGR, guys. This was one disappointing for me because I was really hoping this would hold instead of the pop, and it would just continue down. Wasn't quite an all-time low, of course, but earnings play, not a lot of support. Thought it might turn into one of those all-day shorts. I'm sure Real might have shorted from up here, but could still, you know, it could still pop down through here. Get that off my screen. Ooh, guys, I mean, this may not be over. I mean, look at these bottoming tails here. Big bottoming tail in the 5, big bottoming tail. Big bottoming tail here, guys. This may not be over. Just be careful if you're going to trade it. Oh, man. Again, and it's halted again. Just be like, if you took this one, you know, hopefully you didn't take too many, but I was able, I mean, I was just looking at this level. I was just looking at that 450 level to see if it would get back up. The big clue for me was that huge bottoming tail. I mean, the sellers knocked it down to 370. The buyers closed it up in this 450 mark. You know, you can see even a little bit better here, a couple of bottoming tails on the 2-minute chart. Bottoming tail here, sellers knocking it down, buyers closed it here. The enthusiasm came back in, okay? And once it took out this level right here, that for me was a little buy signal. Now I've been able, fortunately, to trade some out. Got over 5. I wasn't sure what it was due, so I took some out. Now I'm in a halt, but I don't think I can lose unless it just absolutely collapses on me. What time is it? I'm supposed to take a break soon. I guess All right, guys, again, I'm just going to put an IB link in here. We're getting a lot of questions about interactive brokers, okay? And I'm going to put an IB link in here. You see what they're all about. If the thought of having to pay half a cent a share is upsetting to you, then don't click on the link. They do have what they call their light version. The problem is that you cannot connect to Trade Ideas. I'm not talking about using Brokerage Plus, but you can't do the connection, the external linking with their light version. You have to be using their pro version. But again, if half a cent a share, gets you all bent out of shape, by all means, do not click on that link. And of course, I've got to wait for this halt. So what was the halt? So the last halt was actually, it was a 5-minute halt. So let's see if this one's going to be a 5-minute halt. It was halted 11:36 plus 10 seconds. So that'll be 11:41 plus 10 seconds. So we still have a ways to go. That's all I can watch right now, guys. All right, it should open in 1 minute. Oh yeah, I've got a big sell order underneath, just in case. I'm not too worried about if it pops, but no, Real won't have any ideas. I shouldn't say it. I'll let him answer, but listen, this is just something that I don't normally do. All right, we are going to be okay in 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, if it's a 5-minute halt, I'm seeing 5:13, 5:15 is not. And there we are. We're open. Okay. I'm all out. All out. Just underneath, rather at that 490. Now, this doesn't mean it's not going to rip, but I did not want to take the chance it would just collapse. I mean, it looks like it's actually going to just soar here again. And did it get halted again? Yeah, I mean, I just couldn't take the chance that it would do something like this. So, unfortunately, I'm not in it anymore, but it is still continuing to rip. Yeah, so am I leaving money on the table? Of course, but for me, a lot of trading is about preserving your capital too. So I did not like the way that really moved under 5. I mean, if I could take back, maybe IB will let me take back that trade. Give me one freebie on a take back. Now Java, JVA, I haven't seen this one for a long time. This is another coffee. I don't know if it's a sympathy play with the other one. It's right at that 200-day moving average, 510, 510. You can see what it did. Don't see any specific news, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's jumping because of the other one, just because it's in the same sector. Even a little leg down into my boring BHG. Can you trade pre-market 4 a.m.? Are you talking about me specifically, Pamela? Yes, you can. Well, anybody? Yes, you can. With Interactive Brokers, yes, you can. Now, we don't get our data until 7 a.m., but you know, you can trade if you find things you want to trade at 4 a.m. I know probably, I've never even looked. I mean, IB must have a little scan for stocks that are moving and things like that, I guess. I have no idea. I'm sure they must have something. So if you wanted to trade IB at 4 in the morning, go for it. Oh, it's been asked a million times, Pavlin. A million times. So if it happens, it happens. I'm not asking anymore. It's all to do with what our servers do overnight, and it's you know, they're doing a lot of stuff overnight that would require, and it goes into that 4 a.m. 1 p.m. Eastern time. Servers are in the West Coast, of course, so it really goes into that 1 p.m. Eastern time. So 1 a.m. Eastern time. So no idea. I'm not in that part of it, so. Which option scan are you talking about? Not this one. You talk about the magic, option plays magic. Okay, so in the options play magic, you notice that it's a multi-strategy window. It says M in the upper left-hand corner. So what I did was I just said, you know, there are 6 strategies in there, and I just wanted to color code each one of them. That's all. So when I saw that color, I would know the strategy. That's all. Well, let's set an alert at 598 later on, see if it happens on volume. So how can a stock be up 180%? Hands up. How can a stock be up 180%? The float. There you go. You win, Bats. Yeah, I mean, it's the only way that a stock can be up 100 and counting. Well, now 176 as it drops a bit because of the float. The low float, 11.5 million in the float. Available number of shares. That's the supply of stock. We have high demand. You know, I had a little press release, so the demand came surging in. 14 million shares. It's traded the float. You know, the float's 11.5, so it's already traded the float. Well, they haven't had the utter collapse yet, that's for sure. You know, you haven't had, that little bit of a pullback down here, but not the utter collapse. Topping tail, bottoming tail here, bottoming tail here. I think it's pretty important that, say, the 5 level held. But this is not for everybody, you know. I'm talking about it. We're in a trading room, you know. So I mean, there's lots of different trading styles, of course. But this is not for everybody. Thinking, oh man, it's going to go through 6, and then it's going to go to, you know, $60. So I'm going to, you know, phone my banker, mortgage my house, get that quick loan, and put it all in. No. All right, guys, I want to confirm. I think it's Jamie in our room today, in the YouTube room today. Just want to confirm. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm just wanting to do what? Just a second. I did not swing some Riven. No, I did not. I wish I had, of course, but I did not. The only thing I said was I thought it would really close above $1 yesterday, and that's what it did. Not by much, but I did not swing any Riven, unfortunately. All right, it is Jamie in our YouTube room. Okay, so I'll be taking my break pretty soon. I want to put the link in for YouTube. You want to head over there. Jamie is way more of a swing trader than I am. He has a lot of experience using Brokerage Plus and E-Trade, okay? A lot of experience. So you can head over there, ask him all sorts of questions if you want. Not just about that, but, you know, anything about trade ideas. Sorry, my short. Oh no, I was never short. I don't even know if you can short. I could short and use that E. I'm not in it anymore. I'm just looking to see maybe on a 6 break. Yeah, Interactive Brokers, there are no shorts available right now anyway. This is always a long play for me. Okay, I guess this is a better link for we're sort of doing a little promotion, interactive brokers. We're trying to get them to understand that people do use you. All right, if you're looking for a tracker record for the AI, I know I think one of the guys can give you something that tracks the AI versus the SPY. Okay, I don't have it, but if you go to info@trade-ideas.com, oops. You can just ask for it, okay? Okay, guys. Moment of truth has come and gone. NUZE. Or has it? See if it takes out that 6 again. I'm going to be on my break, so I know. This one right here, okay? But use this one. Moving higher with unusually strong options volume. I've separated it out, okay? That's the one. So you can, I've separated that one out from the from my magic option scanner, whatever I call option plays magic. I've separated that one out. Yeah, I'm debating about a break now, but in case this thing pops up through that 617 mark again on volume. Look at the volume that came in. Boy, it's, you got to be awfully careful, guys. Awfully careful, okay? And there are other things happening, but all right, guys. I have to put my. Oh, you're streaming now, Jamie. We're all watching NUZE or NUZE for you guys. NUZE. Okay, Jamie. I will stop right now. Okay, guys. NUZE. Okay, Jamie, I will stop right now, okay? Guys, N-U-Z-E-Z-E. Okay, Jamie, I will stop right now, okay?
Okay, I think I've got it. Let me just make an adjustment here. All right, ladies and gents, hopefully you can see my desktop now. I've got the chat panel active. So if someone could just be kind enough to let me know if you can see and hear me okay, be much appreciated. What I hear Barry talking about news, N-U-Z-E, what a day. And what a nice little docile period off the open. Hello, Iris. Thank you, Repeat. Okay, everybody can see and hear. Good deal. All right, well, I heard somebody else talking about that, so let's just pull up Market Explorer. I know a couple of the windows, the RSI divergences, were having issues. Okay, so when you first pull up the window and you right-click, you can select these current strategies that are available. So if I go to Gap Up Fill, well then these are the gap up and ones that are attempting to fill the gap. Okay, because a lot of people think as soon as you pull it up, there should be something in there. But you have to select the strategy. At this point, it is blank. But as soon as you select something that is hopefully working, gap up fill, then we can easily right click, hit duplicate. Let's say you want to watch both gap fills. Well, then we could also say now, obviously gap down fill is having issues today. Okay, there's the RSI divergence. But as long as you're clear on it now, Pamela, all good. Okay, Rage, could I send my cloud setup? Now, are you talking about my layout? The cloud for the layout that you see here? Or if you're referencing a different cloud setup? Okay, so you're just saying you would like this layout here the way it currently sits? If that is the case, I've got a bunch of stuff open, but what we could do, I'm just trying to figure out the easiest way to do this because this is just one of my monitors. I've got a bunch of other windows currently open on some other monitors. So, tell you what, give me a second here. I'll have to do a little housekeeping. Well, I seem to have lost my chat panel. Yeah, Rage. It would probably take me a little long to clean this up right now and just save these windows. And I've got some things running right now that I don't really want to shut down because I'm collecting data for some other stuff. But if you're talking about a good window for options, no problemo. Now, if any of these windows you would just like me to drop the cloud link for, I'd be happy to do that. But when you say options, my mind immediately goes to this window here. I believe I called it Options Radar. There we go. All right, let's check this one out. It's been a while since I looked at it. but it's a top list. It's in top list form. And you can see I've got all the option filters displayed as columns up here. Now I've got a pretty thin filter set here, just trying to be pretty generic. Price between 20 and 150, average daily volume over the past 5 trading days. Has to be 500,000 or greater. So I'm not really demanding any specific min or max variables here, but we can easily sort. So let's see, get these stretched out a little bit here. Contracts. Well, it seems I'm forgetting percentage. Don't know how that one got left out. But total, or maybe well, there we go. Okay, it's at the end here now. All right, so you can pick and choose. My favorite go-to is simply the options volume today, which is looking at total options volume. And then we can, if you're looking for the stocks with the highest options volume, notice I just double-clicked on that column. Now we're sorting largest to smallest. And of course, this is a percentage filter. So normal options volume would be a value of 100. 100%. So CG today, the Carlyle Group, pecking at all-time high, or not too far away from all-time highs, but notice the options volume. Divide by 100, we're doing 25 times more options volume than normal today. So this is the easiest way to look for the high volume options equities on any given day. Now let me see here how many records. I'm only showing 100, okay? So we could easily double the output here just by changing our record count from 100 to 200. And we'll probably get a lot more. Boom. Another one pops up. JXN having a nice strong up day. Options volume 35 times normal. And of course we can confirm all of that by looking here at the single stock window as well. Not bad on the relative scale. A lot of the times the stocks that are doing high relative volume are going to coincide with high options volume and vice versa, but not all the time. Now keep in mind, obviously JXN doesn't usually trade a whole lot of options because look at the contracts traded today. 521, 516 calls, and only 5 puts. So that tells me on a typical day, JXN really doesn't trade a whole lot of options. But just doing 521 contracts today is 35 times above normal. That's a far cry from what we're seeing in CG, trading at 24,000 contracts, mainly calls, 22,000 and change on the calls, 1,700 on the puts. Yeah, and I can drop this one in here, no problem. So, another question that a lot of people ask is, okay, well, I see the call volume is a lot higher in CG today. Is that a bullish indicator? And the answer to that question is, don't know, because for every buyer of a call, there's a seller of a call. So who's really making the play today? The people that are selling the calls, betting that the stock does not go up, or the people buying the calls, thinking that the stock will go up? Unfortunately, there's no way to derive that answer other than what's happening with price action and charts. So yeah, no problem. Let me check the default sort here because I'm going to change it to percent options. That way it's going to sort by this column. And I tell you what, if we're going to do that, probably ought to change the gradient as well for the colors. Properties. And we'll tell it to sort by options percentage. And then we'll probably have to switch up the values a little bit. Let's see. We'll do it in increments of 300, methinks. And we'll just reattach the gray. Okay, there. Now we're sorting by percent options volume and colorizing it as well. Okay, now that options radar cloud link is in the chat for you guys. Hello, Circle. You know, you were kind of a topic of conversation the other day. We got started talking about bands. Went down that whole rabbit hole. On the somebody knows something list, what does the put and call ratio mean and imply? What is the number put call ratio that is notable? Well, it's just the number of puts versus the number of calls, right? Okay, so WRBY. Okay, we got a put call ratio right here of 8.36, and that is because roughly 8 times as many puts are being traded as calls right here. You see that circle? These two numbers right here giving us this value here. Whereas, you know, look at the put call ratio for 8. It's pretty, well, it just changed on me. It's pretty even because of the number of puts and calls is almost equal, right? Almost at a perfect 1. No problem, Rage. The question is, what time do you send the updated on Market Explorer? Does it go out the same time each day for the most part? Well, if you're referring to when the let me get my Market Explorer back up here. All right. If you're referring to the signal times, let's just pull up, let's see, was it the gap up? Okay. Since these are gaps, okay, it's static. It's just telling us that these stocks have a little bit of gap to fill on the daily, so look at them. All right. Now, if we go to something a little bit more time sensitive, you'll notice that because, you know, the gap is static, so it doesn't really change, so there's no time associated with the gap signals. But notice these guys. They're going to give you the exact timestamp today, obviously, and then the exact time that the cross is occurring here on the 820. So some of these are going to give it to you in real time, but since the gap is static, then, you know, you're not going to see a time because it's just, hey, there's a gap here, there's some room that might get filled. So, Pamela, I hope that answers your question there. What was the other stock I had up here? I already forgot the symbol. Yeah, Ribbon from yesterday. 2 days in existence. This is day number 2. What did we open at yesterday? About 106.75. So this little IPO enjoying some nice upside action. Right. It's kind of like, you know, anything that gaps, right? And just to kind of re-emphasize that, let me just pull up another gap. just a simple up gapper. And what I mean by static is the gap doesn't change, right? The gap is just the difference between prior close and next open. Fossil doing some crazy volume today for a retail stock. 125 on the relative scale. And I'll tell you what, let's go to 15 minutes here. So notice the close yesterday, 1384, and then we opened at 1826. So that value there is static. It never changes. It's just the difference between prior close and next open. Now change from open, that will vacillate, right? But the gap percentage and the gap value in dollars are static and will not change during the session. All right, in the latest version, dev version, you'll notice we have the little earnings tag here. And of course, yesterday at the close, Fossil reported earnings. Which is why, if I tighten this chart up, you would have seen that E there going, okay, earnings, and then at the close, boom, obviously, earnings were good. Or Wall Street is interpreting earnings as good. A lot of the times what we perceive as good, the market does not interpret as good, and vice versa. All right. Don't see any new questions pumping through yet, but if you do have anything, just let me know. Just doing a little check here on some other positions. I got to say, market feels a little bit sluggish today, and for good reason. Check out these relative volume numbers here on the big tracking ETFs. I mean, that's pretty low for SPY, considering what we've seen as of late. 0.66 on the relative scale. Everything's kind of sleepy on the smaller time frames. Well below normal of 100% on the 5, call that 28%, 30% on the 10. So it looks like the market's just kind of taking a little breather as we figure out, and check out the action from yesterday. Came down here and kissed that 10 period, which is the green line here on the daily, hugging it again today. So it'll be interesting to see if we hold up and that 10 period acts as a springboard before we come revisit potential new highs again. But last time I checked, the Fed is printing unlimited amounts of cash. So as long as they're doing that, then the chances of the bull market continuing, pretty decent. As well as interest rates remaining low and heading lower. Yes, and we have Veterans Day going on today. Shout out to all the vets out there. Okay, so as we all know, or maybe some of you don't, the SPY big ETF is heavily weighted in tech. But this little guy right here, RSP, note the title up top here. Equal weight. Okay, it's equally weighted. So it's not tech heavy. And pretty much mimicking the same action here on the 10 period as the SPY. But just something to start watching in case you have not been watching an equally weighted version of the SPY, and that is Ralph Sam Paul. My column's got a little whacked out here. Don't know how that happened. Question is, what do I think of beyond? Well, I have a very strong opinion about the product, but I assume you're talking about price action here. Let's see. Did they have? Yeah, they had earnings yesterday at the close as well. Looking the exact opposite from, Fossil. Earnings at the close yesterday, good. Beyond. Earnings at the close yesterday, bad. Okay. So Wall Street didn't like what they had to offer for. Do I even have? Let's go ahead and throw EPS up here. Thought I had it on there, but obviously I did not. Okay, 87 cents loss per share. Let's just go ahead and Beyond's been around for a while. It's not really old, but looking at the weekly chart here, so we can get kind of a view of all the action that has transpired, and that looks like about it. All right, going all the way back here to spring of 2019. So this is all the price action in weekly candles from Beyond. Now, notice where we are right here. I guess I'd marked this one up in the past because this line right here is interesting. Okay, bad earnings. We were kind of hovering around at this little level right here. Earnings and the gap down today. So my eyes are on this level from way back here that could potentially act as support. If we get a little bit more push down here, that's a ways. Okay, that's about 11 points from here, looking at the weekly candles at this area right here, going all the way back to December of 19, and then this level right here in the spring of 2020. So that's where my eyes would focus as far as potential additional downside for Beyond. Do a little experiment here as well. I'm going to go ahead and anchor the VWAP to the first week of trading. And you can see once it lost this purple line here, that was way before earnings, obviously. A couple of earnings seasons in these weekly candles here. Now, what if we do this? What if we anchor VWAP to this top here? Pretty much the same. So just from a very basic perspective, could have a little bit more downside in Beyond according to the weekly here. Good question, Pamela. What are my thoughts on UVXY regarding hedging swings? Oops. So these are the Ultra VIX, obviously volatility. Get back to daily here. As you can see here, not a whole lot of action in volatility. Off the bottom a little bit, as Wall Street and the like typically use VIX and the VXX to hedge their portfolios. On that note, myself and a few of the other guys here operate a little fund, and we've got a specialist for hedging. That's not me, right? So, other than the positions in the account, Andy is probably the best at hedging. And so that's not my specialty. I mean, I understand the concept, but we've got a guy that, as soon as we get to a certain level, he'll start dropping the hedges in there. A lot of the times it's the SPXS. VIX is a good instrument along with the Ultra, but also too, if you look at the, this is the Bear fund. Okay, this is the Bear ETF. So it's going to move inverse to the SPY. Okay. Notice that chart right there. If we look at the SPY, SPXS is going to be the exact opposite. And I forget what the SPXL, smaller share price, SPXL 3 times bull, SPXS 3x short. So typically this is the instrument that we're using to hedge right here. All right, another question about the Beyond chart. Let me get that back up here. I think I know what you're getting at there, Pamela. Okay, so you can see when I went back to daily here, this was a trade that the AI called on that day. Now if I go to weekly, you're going to see probably a lot more. Yep. Okay, so when you're looking at daily, weekly, monthly, every time you see a buy and a sell here, that was a call from the AI on that day. That's what these little arrows mean. Yeah, on that specific day, the AI called a sell, a short, or a long on it. What can trade ideas do for scanning for potential positive divergence? Yep, well, we've got alerts for that. Been a long time since I visited these guys. Positive market divergence, negative market divergence. So, positive. Let's just do a little experiment here. Positive market divergence. Any other filters in there? No, so we'll just let that sit for a second here. Okay. And you were talking about the move that it made in mid-June? I don't know if the history, let's see. Yeah, the history is going to go back 3 months. So yeah, the history's not going to be able to catch it, okay, because it's 60 trading days, 3 months on the calendar. So it's beyond the historical scope. But just trying to see, okay, get back to daily here. Okay, June. Yeah, so he's talking about this nice little move, right? Coming off the bottom here and then boom, 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 up. Now, potentially this alert would have caught it. I would go back, but the history is too far gone. But the scope of this alert is also going to be limited as far as the time goes. But it might give you things to look at, you know, moving forward to create a watch list of things that are diverging from the market in a positive sense. You know, all I could say, Circle, is you might want to tool this alert up, put a filter set in there to your liking, start watching the things that come through and see if they might be exhibiting the characteristics that you saw in Home Depot back in that month. Appreciate that, Circle. Thank you. All right, and the market continues to take a little rest. You know, if you put a gun to my head, I would say, doesn't sound too crazy if we keep maintaining this 10 period here. We get a little sideways action, give the market a little time to rest, build up some energy, and maybe go attack these highs. Other alternative is we don't hold this 10 period. So it's all about how we do, you know, market kind of pecking at these lows, but since the volume is low, I'd have to say, unless the volume picks up to the downside, 10 period on the daily's got a good chance of holding, but it all depends on the close. And these tickers also kind of confirming that the market is a little docile today. These guys are usually just pumping things out all the time. But even they're growing quiet. I tell you what, while we're waiting for questions to come back in, let's pull the Market Explorer back up. And Andy has recently gotten these gaps. Let's see, gap up was working. Let me just check that gap down again. Okay. But these are based on daily candles. Thus, no timestamp there. So CRTD is looking at this little area right here on the daily. You know, there was a gap right here, and it's just slowly been filling it. You know, obviously it would have been nice to catch it earlier, but it's still got a little bit of room there. And these are nice and simple. That's one of the things I like about this. But here we are at 311. You know, since most of this gap has been filled up, then, you know, you can use these for two different things. You know, if the gap is, if the stock is just beginning to get into the gap, well, then might be a good short play. This one, since the gap has almost already filled, I'd probably be looking to get long and hope that this area back here acts as support for a bounce. So, you know, two different ways to look at this information. Of course, this one, DWAC, one of the term is slipping me, SPAC, okay? One of the SPACs of late had a big lift coming back down, and once again, the same thing is happening here. Most of the gap has already been filled. It's kind of looking like it might be a better long. Let's just see if we can find one where the gap is still in play. Oof. I'm not even going to comment on that. a little too weird. Okay. Now, this one definitely into that gap, but not by too much. So interesting here, if we break that low right there, which was 1412, you know, we might take a little trip down to visit this lonely candle down here. But we'd need a solid move through the low of this candle here, which once again is 1412. So for example, if I wanted to not forget about this one, probably be a good idea just to come in here and set a price alert. If it falls to 1411, let me know about it. Potential gap fill. And just save that alert. Looks like this guy's pretty much done as well. MRIN, pretty much the same. RCAT and SNOA. So not a whole lot of stocks on here today, but probably a good idea to visit these each and every day and set price alerts on the ones that look interesting to you, whether you're going with the gap fill or potentially putting on a counter trade because the gap has pretty much been filled and it's approaching an area that could act as support with minimal risk. Ansel has a question, how do you filter out ETFs? Pretty simple. Let me show you here. Let me just check on something real quick here. All right, getting rid of ETFs is pretty simple. Let me just duplicate the window here. There's a couple of ways we can go about it. Before we figured out this little trick, we had to do it the hard way, which was maintain a list of ETFs, and then we would have to use the exclude functionality, point to that list, constantly maintain the list. But the easier, or the path of least resistance, I would say, is you can see I don't really care if ETFs come through this window. Most of the time they're not doing the volume that's required. But ETFs do not report earnings. They don't make or lose money. So if we get the EPS filter here and say, well, whatever it is, it either has to make or lose money. It has to make a penny a share minimum, or at least lose a penny a share. Therefore stating, hey, these things have to make or lose money. That's all we'd have to do there. That's going to weed out the ETFs and iShares for you. Now, for some reason, one might slide through every once in a while. It's going to happen. But for the most part, this will get rid of about 95 or higher percentage of ETFs and iShares. So Ansel, let me know if that makes sense. All right, let's check on these stocks. How have these stocks that have been coming through the high options volume window, have they been moving in the direction? Fossil, 1948, of course, always a little sketchy in the first 6 minutes there because of the wide range bars that can form, especially on a stock like Fossil that gapped up significantly with earnings. So that one, 1948, about 2 points and change south of that price. EVGO, about a dime out of the money. EVLV, 760, so up about 13 cents. This guy up about a penny here. Good question, Ansel. Well, I dabble. I do a little bit of both. Just really depending on, I mean, I love scalping, okay? Swing trading came second to me. There are people here at the firm that are much more proficient at reading charts, but, you know, I've had the benefit of having the privilege of learning from those guys. Yeah, you know, some say swing trading is an older trader's game. Scalping is definitely a younger trader's game. You know, when I first cut my teeth in the trading business in the olden times, back in 1996, when, you know, we still had dinosaurs roaming around and all that stuff. You know, that's kind of how myself and Dan, the founder of the company, and Steve and Andy, we all came in, and I can't forget Brad. We all started as scalpers in the old SOS trading days, and the markets are completely different than back in that time. But yeah, it you know, we were all in our 20s and whatnot. But you know, if I see a good scalp now, and the reason I like to watch these high volume windows here is because with all the algorithmic functionality that's in the market these days, you know, there's a lot of elbows that get thrown, right? So if I am going to scalp, I want to find the most docile pattern that's out there. So let's talk about patterns that might be good for scalping intraday. I haven't had a whole lot of time to focus this morning. Just trying to find a good example here. As Barry was indicating, doing a lot of testing on Brokerage Plus in E-Trade. So that's taken up a lot of my time here. Okay, PCT. I just stumbled onto this one at random here. All right, look at the pattern that's evolving. Yeah, gap down, but who cares? Okay. You know, a lot of people love gaps. A lot of people stay away from gaps, but in the end, it doesn't matter if it gapped up or gapped down. If it's setting up nicely on the intraday and the risk is acceptable, well, then why not take a stab at it, Okay, so what I did here is I just drew a line straight across from the high, which was put in this wide range bar on the open, right? Coincidentally, the low was also put in at the opening 15-minute bar too. And then look, for the rest of the day after that 15-minute period, this thing has been in a range between its previous high and previous low for the day. So in this channel here, and then slowly but surely, price action starts to tighten up until we get to this bar right here, and then boom, we got a break of that opening range. This was the opening range so far today. Here we have it. Boom, it pops out. How's the volume in this stock today? Well, let's take a peek over here. Not too shabby, especially on a day where the market's docile. More importantly, because earnings were also yesterday after the close. This is the benefit of earnings. We get a lot of stocks with a lot of high volume. Market interpreted earnings as poor. But look, boom, you could have made an entry right here. You'd be in the money right now. Now, how high might it go? Unknown at this point. But a nice clean entry. And what I really like about these plays too is if we get a nice little tight consolidation area before the break, to assess risk, all I do is look at the prior 15 minutes, which would be this candle here, and the low of that candle would be my stop loss. Now in this case, the low of the current candle, the entry candle, is a bit lower, so you don't see that very often, but in this case I would use the low of this candle as my stop loss. Okay, only because its low is lower than the prior 15 minutes. Typically I would just take the low of the prior 15 minutes, nice tight stop, and see if this thing can get into this gap a little bit. It's a good sign that it's penetrated this range and it's now officially into the gap. Makes me have a flashback to the 80s, Thompson twins, if anybody's old enough to get that reference. So I'll do a little bit of both. A little swing, a little scalp. I just reading your question here, Johnny. JB Oxford. Yep, that name does ring a bell. Yep, back at we all cut our teeth initially at block trading, and we had Instinet. So you had three primary systems that everybody used to trade back then: the SOS system, Instinet, and SelectNet. That was a great time to be a trader, but all good things just ended a little too soon. But I guess that trend lasted from the early 90s till right up until 2001. So it was a good, if you got in at the beginning, you had a nice 10-year run. Unfortunately, I didn't get into that game until 96, so I had a good 5-year run before things changed. $40.70. Pardon me, just checking on something real quick here. But yeah, there were a lot of day trading firms out there. I do remember JB Oxford. What was another one? Momentum was one. Of course, Cornerstone eventually became Pro Trader. Right circle, just going kind of circling back around to your question there. You know, as I pointed out earlier, we can't go back on the history. Like if I set up positive market divergence and then, you know, plugged in HD, it's past the historical time period. So yeah, I would just say in order to find out if this alert's going to be any good to you, just set up your, you know, your favorite filter set attach the positive market divergence alert and see what it starts spitting out, right? Um, some of the symbols may look reminiscent of HD back in that time period in June. Some may not, but until you see what this thing starts spitting out, you won't know for certain. Correct, Ansel. We've got two different versions of trade ideas. The version that you're seeing me on is the downloadable client version, right? Which only runs on Windows machines. If you have a non-Windows machine, then you can access our web version, which pretty much has all the same functionality, but it's always lagging a little bit as far as the latest bells and whistles. So for Mac users, you might be a Linux or Unix person, you can always use the web version on any device that supports web browsers. And yes, we do have a multitude of scans that are available, and that's what we created the channel bar over here for, which is a bunch of different layouts that you can access and immediately, download the windows to your cloud. And myself and Steve and Andy and Sean and a lot of the other trader/trainer people here, we're always happy to share our windows with you as well if you see something that you like. That's what the cloud functionality was designed for. Easy sharing of strategies, alert windows, top list windows. But yes, the answer is yes. All right. Ride definitely bouncing off the bottom nicely. Just another EV stock that's been kind of mired in could be scandal, could not be scandal, fraud, whatever. But taking a nice little bounce there. Looking like it's trying to form a very extended horseshoe pattern. Of course, Tesla being the kingpin here. Will it get all the way back up there? Who knows? Probably going to have a little time through this area right here as it hits this little period right here. Could hem and haw in this area right here, but if we ever do get a close above that level, which we could just call it 7, well, it might get a little frisky. No, I did not trade Riven. I'm pretty sure Barry got a piece of that one the other day. I think, since it just came out yesterday. I think Barry traded it yesterday and said he did not hold it overnight, unless I was hearing things. Let's see, Ansel, we just wrapped up our test drive, I think, about a couple of weeks ago. So I'm thinking October, November, December, either the latter part of the year or in January sometime, but I do not know for certain. Let's see here. I see your question there, Tick. Root also getting a nice little bump there. Insurance carrier. Is there a way to set history on a dock window group? Okay, well, history is typically for each alert window, okay, whether it's docked or not, right? So let's say I duplicate this alert window in a dock window, okay? So now I've got this alert window encased in its own dock, right? Oh, I thought I could shrink it a little bit. In any case, it is now in its own docked window, and you would access the history from each respective alert window that is in a docked window. the same way, just right click and accessing history. Unless I'm misunderstanding the question there, Tick. So let me know if I'm understanding the question there properly, Tick. In the meantime, I see your question, Joseph. Trading from right-click window does not execute trade. Well, no, if you have, if you have history in an alert window, that's going to be different than, say, history being viewed through a top list window. So there is no universal, per se, history. You have to access each one from its own unique window because they're different things, right? If I had a top list window in here that was docked, unless the filter set was the same in the alert window, um, even so, this as an alert top list window would not. So I think I understand the question, but uh, there's no universal history that you can say, okay, show me history of all windows now. You just have to access that history individually. Okay, so Joseph, yeah, I think I get your, okay, so when you say right click and then you go to trade route and then you can see your strategies, right? So you're saying when you right click and you try to execute one of your scripts, it is not working. Is that right? I think that's what you were getting at. Right. So it's probably something like buy, one share or buy, $1,000 worth or buy 100 shares, right? If so, let me just go over that real quick. All right. So what I'm going to do here is get my brokerage plus pulled over. I disconnected in simulation mode here. Um, okay. So if we go to strategies, let's create something here. Okay. So what we're going to do here is just say, okay, we'll call it buy 100 shares, and we'll go long. Okay. And we'll point it to the proper account, which you always have to do. And we'll just make it wide open. No matter when we hit the button, it should execute. Don't need this. And then we'll say, okay, we'll do fixed shares. We'll do 100. Okay. Then we have to set up our, do we want to use a limit or a market? Just for easy reference here, we'll say, okay, let's do market, time and force. We can just say good till day, which is not necessary really unless you're using a limit because, your limit might not get hit initially. But obviously a market order is gonna execute immediately. And then if we wanted to assess any risk here, we could use a stop loss and say, okay, if this thing moves against me 3%, well, then just get me out. We could also put a profit target in there as well. And then if we wanted to use a hold time, we could do that as well. But for simplicity's sake here, let's just review. Buy 100 shares. And this is at market. Once again, make sure it's wide open. Order details, market, 100 shares. And then boom. Okay. So now, let's say I click on route. And I go to trade. Boom. Now, mine worked. So if yours is not working, right. So I see your second comment there. Market 100 shares at market if the stock is at a low, right? So when you when you said right click, if you were going to do that, like for example, TRMR is currently hitting a low, okay? So I could easily use that script to trade that thing just like so, but this is more of a manual well, did it not execute? Okay, there it goes. Okay, this is more of a manual type. You're using that little script that we just built, which is technically a strategy, but there's no alerts and filters in there. We're just telling it, okay, buy this amount when I do my right click and say buy. Now, you wanted stop at low. Okay, I got you. So when you right click and you say do it, yours is not executing, right? Yeah, because I know Michael Noss put one together. We've been using that for a long time. Let's see here, risk management. There is a custom formula, I believe. Do you have a custom right now? Oh, okay, you weren't connected, is that right? Okay, well, hey, I love it when it's just as simple as that. Okay, you didn't connect. Now it's working. Great success. Yeah, but while we're on this topic, a lot of people get confused because you don't necessarily have to, even though this is technically a strategy, no alerts and filters, we just needed to right click, create a new strategy. And really what we're doing here is just setting up an order entry script. But it's technically a strategy. All right, well, I'm glad we could get that sorted out there for you, Joseph. Bumble. Taking a beating. We've seen a lot of these chart patterns here lately after earnings. Big gap downs in no man's land, I bet, on the daily here, right? Even if I kick back to the weekly here. All right, so check out what's happening here. A lot of people get frightened of these patterns. Oh my gosh, a big gap down, and now we're into all-time lows. Now, when I look to the left here, this was the area that hopefully was going to act as support, assuming, we're on the long side of the fence. But notice what's happening. We're busting through to all-time lows, looking to the left. There's no apparent support, okay? This is typically referred to as shorting into the hole, which scares a lot of people. But look at what's happening on the intraday. Kind of the exact opposite of what I was illustrating in the opening range break. Notice how the 10 period is keeping these 15-minute candles tapped down. So, hey, hitting a short right here with this risk, the prior 15-minute candle, that's a low risk trade. Okay, that's your risk right there. You're shorting 3801s, the high of that candle right there, 38.48, so you could put a stop at 38.51. If you lose small, but if this thing continues as it breaks this range and continues into the abyss, could be a nice little mover. It's just the opposite of something hitting an all-time high, right? With, when we look to the left here, nothing to stop it. So look at this uranium stock. It did the same thing, but to the opposite side of the fence. And what we're seeing here in Bumble is just the opposite. Breakout to the all-time highs with nothing over here to act as resistance. Blue sky. Exact opposite as this thing ventures down into the abyss with nothing to catch it unless it finds some moxie right here and closes above this level. If it does not, Bumble might be a good one to keep an eye on moving forward. All right, looks like we're already bumping up against the top of the hour. Funny how time compresses when you're discussing things of this nature. But thanks for the questions. Hope everybody got a little bit out of it. Barry should be making his return any minute now. Yes, Nacio. The question is, why are the AI alerts so low yesterday and today? From what I can gather, there have been some changes taking place on the server side on the AI, and I think it's just taken them a little bit longer to get some of the kinks ironed out from the coding side, which has resulted in less trades from the AI. But hopefully, today's Thursday, tomorrow's Friday. Hopefully, by the time Monday rolls around, those changes and those kinks will get worked out of the AI, and we'll see it get a little bit more active like its previous self. But good observation there, Nacio. The AI has been sparsely populated as far as signals go over the past couple of days. My pleasure, Circle. Just touching base here with Mr. Barry. Yes, we've been getting that question frequently, Nacio, so you're not the only one to ask. Appreciate that, Pamela. Glad to help. All right, Barry tells me that he has resumed streaming, so I'm going to sign off for now. Hope everybody has a great Friday and a great weekend, and we'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye for now.
95 from my alert and 614 now. If you took this one, I'd be really aware of this area here on the daily chart. You're approaching those levels. So that's what I'd be aware of. I'm not in this one. I'm not en route. Or should I say en route? Yeah, I'm actually thinking of swinging it along with my buddy Ija. Perfect circle. Ride. So they did have a press release this morning, right? They had a press release regarding Foxconn. No, I am completely wrong. Just a minute now. No, I'm right. I wrote it down wrong. I have beside Root that they have a deal with Foxconn. It's obviously Ride has a deal with Foxconn, and that is the reason why Ride is having a pretty good day, I guess. I'm in, Nigel. I'm in. Just a little bit, just to see if it goes to $10 million. Boy, Ride on the ride. I mean, it is really running here. So this came from the option scanner, and this was the one oh yeah, this was the AI one from a couple of days yesterday. Yeah, this was from This was I thought it was yesterday. So that was on the upside. I shorted this one right off the bat in the market. So you're talking about from here, right? Yeah, I saw that, Ija. Um, yeah, I shorted this one actually right at the market and did okay. I was hoping it was going to really go down. And as it started moving up, I took out and then saw this. So you're talking about the 5-minute EMA. Well, there's even a cross right there. Probably not the same cross as you got, but I see a cross at 4016. Yeah, so again, because I guess we have pre-market data, it didn't move into it because I guess we're using pre-market data. Because that is the EMA. Oh no, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. That is not the orange line is the the orange line is the 8 EMA. Very close to what we have on the cross. Anyway. You know what's having a nice move is Sophie. Now, I think Sophie is right close to that $25 price target that either Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan put on them a few weeks ago. SOFI, earnings play. You know, I'm trying to have some faith in this LQDA, but my faith is waning. Looks like Fubo's having another day down. Yep, look at this. Another day down on earnings from yesterday. Got absolutely crushed yesterday on earnings. TDD. TTD. It's a nice breakout on the weekly anyway. Well, guys, my all-day short so far for BHG is okay. It hasn't been a rocket ship or anything like that, but you know, in at 588, I covered some at 548. We're down to 539 down. The all-day short. This has been a real nice one. I mean, hardly any choppiness. And that's all you can ask for. A non-choppy trade lets you stay in the trade with some confidence. It has been a battle around 540, but as you know, there's nothing supporting it. Don't be bored. You don't have to be in a trade all day long, Zach. I haven't come across too many stupid ones in the last little while. Real. Funny. Real's referring to the fact that sometimes when we're trying to short something, IB doesn't have shorts. I haven't had that experience for a while. Obviously in the stuff I'm looking at. BHG even showing up now on my option scan. And just the option volume finally got to over 300%. Excuse me, on the way down, of course. Ooh, now I see what you mean. CRTX showed up in the option scan at 1353. So no available shorts. How about MQ? MQ showed up on the option scan at $25. So that didn't really do much. SFT showed up at 637. It's still hanging in there. It's almost an all-time low. Another one, guys. I mean, November 11th post-market, so it has earnings after hours today, SFT. Look at BHG. Well, you talked about 40. I think it's losing it. Must destroy that image from my mind. Well, guys, listen, the longer this LQDA keeps over 5 and doesn't do anything, doesn't really do anything crazy down, you know what? I mean, it may just be finding a solid base here, hopefully, anyway, and it starts to move. And as I said earlier, for me on this NUZE, I'll be watching it in the last hour, especially. You know, I shut the room down at 3. I want to see how it trades in the last hour and see if, you know, all of a sudden the enthusiasm comes back and it starts to pop. I do see IS popped, yeah, it's showing up on my momentum scanner. On volume, Israeli stock. We saw it do this yesterday and sold right off. Got all the way up to 1323 and sold all the way down to 1218. Dropped $1 in the sell-off. Little bit of a ribbon break, a little bit. Let's see if it gets over 125. Yeah, it looked like I picked the wrong one from the scanner. I was I liked better LQDA, but the root definitely is the one that's certainly more active anyway. But you know what? With activity, you get these little jogs. LQDA is boring as heck, but I'm not getting out of that trade yet. Oof, root. Look at the volume today for this C. Oh, it's an earnings play. That's why. Look at the volume for CGen. Earnings play. Well, I don't know if it's an earnings play. It says pre-market tomorrow. Sure, acting like. Savage Kings? No. Or Salvage. I'm sorry, Salvage. Savage. No, I've seen the ads for them, but I don't. I have never watched it. Ooh, the newsy looks interesting. NUZI now. They're going to do a crazy thing. Not for everybody, guys. Really, not for everybody, but hard to take your eyes off if it really breaks down through or breaks up through 7. All right, I'm poised. All right, guys, I'm out of the LQDA. A little loss on it if it. Oh, son of a gun! Look at the ride. The ride is the one I. The ride and the route. So the only way I'll get back into LQDA is if it gets back up to this. Oops, LQDA. If it gets back up to where I gotta get. Come on. Got to get back up to here, that 511, 513, but on volume. I need volume. All right. Well, I'm looking at a 7 break for news. Who's Hire? Isn't Hire? Didn't Hire get bought by Uber or something? Or is that a rumor that Hire is being bought by rumor? Or am I wrong? That was BS. Thank you, Zach. I thought you posted it. Somebody posted that earlier. Okay, seeking alpha author. Okay. You know what else is moving down is SDGR. This is the one that I really wanted to short earlier. This is a nice break here. I mean, it's broken. It's not that far down below that level. Volume is sort of building on the news, guys. NUZE. Look at the 15-minute chart. Look at the 15-minute chart right here. All right, well, let's see. High is up here at 780. There's a real cat and mouse at 7 for sure. What we need is a big volume burst. Give me a big volume candle. Boom! Through 7. I mean, on the 15, it's not bad. I mean, look at the volume coming in on the 15-minute chart. You know, here's the two previous ones, previous half hour. So volume is starting to come in. What time is it right now? 1:27, so it's got another 3 minutes to close this candle. All right, well, again, guys, I'm just kind of waiting to see if it takes out 7 again. Takes out 7 again, I'll probably get in. It had 7, but it drifted back down. It's slightly below. The volume is still kind of pushing, but Anyway, we'll have to wait on it. Okay, guys. 1:30. So today, wow, today's Thursday already. So marketing meeting today. Yeah, well, we'll just have to wait and see, Benjamin, on that one. As long as there's not an utter collapse, like an utter collapse under 6 or something. FCUV, FCUV. Pounded down. All right, NUZETI, it's stirring a little bit. Just a little bit. All right, the Borg Warner. I'm sorry, I thought that was another company. Babcock and Wilcox, BW, showing up. Boy, that's an old company. Showing up on my option scanner, November 10th. So they had earnings. After hours yesterday, no reaction whatsoever, zero. And then this morning, not bad. Didn't see it. Probably had no volume, and now it's just kind of inching its way up. Take a look at the monthly chart. The next high is 942. On the weekly chart, we see that same 942. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room to keep running if it wants to, a little bit. And that's the BW. Give me a moment, please, guys. I'm just arranging some. Okay, save. All right, guys, SDGR is wending its way down. Mention it right about here. Right about here. Wending its way down. Earnings play. Still watching the new ZE. PPSI did its thing early on in the day, and now it's giving it up. A lot of volume still, 93 million, 4 million in the float. Traded the float 23 times. I think the other day it traded at about 80 times. Okay, mini rising bottoms here for VUZE on the 15. Not VUZE, sorry, NUZE. All right, guys, maybe get ready again for part, I don't know, 10 for NUZE on a 7 break. It's just a number. Just do it. It's just a number. Oh, man, BHD, guys, this has been so awesome for me. I don't know how many people took this. We talked about it right at the get-go. This one was going to be what I thought was going to be hardly worth it. I thought, okay, I'll take it. Maybe I'll get 20, 30 cents out of it. But man, oh man, I mean, this has just been really, really on a percentage basis. I'm in at 588, covered some at 548, down to 527 now. Very, very, very steady. GIS, general. Well, okay, so that looks worse than it is. 63.96 down to 63.40. That looks worse than it is. All right. Tease, tease, tease again. SDGR continues a little bit down, guys, a little bit more down, takes out 45. I mean, look underneath here. The next low looking left is 44. So, and there's a cross actually a 15-minute cross, you know, up here at 45.85, but that is a cross of the 8 EMA crossing below the 20 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. I'm still mixed on that. I know everybody says the world doesn't use it, but when I seem to see them a lot earlier. And anyway, I don't want to get into it. So far, no reaction. But what would be wrong seeing it? I guess that's my only comment. What would be wrong seeing it? You know, I mean, they seem to work. That's my only point. Really? Why would that be? I'm looking here at 45.78. I'm looking here at the cross down over the 20 SMA, crossing down at 45.78 on the 15-minute chart. Come on, you miserable thing. Get over 7. All right, ADMA is another one that just showed up. Okay, ADMA in the option scanner. However, look above it. 200-day moving average, right above it. That would make it a no-go for me. There's so much pent-up action at that 7 level for NUZE. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to concentrate on this NUZE. You know, if it takes out that 7 on any sort of volume, I just want to. I want to be there. Meanwhile, how do you zoom in charts? Okay, so SGC Rage. Left click on your chart, the chart you want to zoom in on. Okay, so left click on it, and then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. Keep it pressed down, and then on your mouse with your scroll wheel, just scroll in and out. Okay? Did you get that? It's not intuitive, I know that. It's not intuitive once you know how to do it. The first time, though, it should be easy. Afterwards, as long as you remember. You know, guys, the only reason I'm watching this NUZE as closely as I am, typically what I would do is I would just put a price alert and just forget about it. You know, the price alert happens if it does. The problem with this one, though, is that if it pops through and there's any sort of volume, I mean, it could just start to rip. So that's why I'm sort of having more eyeball it than I normally would. Meanwhile, the market meeting will start in about 13 minutes, so okay, well, let's see. I'm still in the BHG short. Where could this go? I don't know. I mean, it has no support, of course, because it's all-time low. Maybe 5 holds it up. I don't know. All I know is that there's no reason to get out of it. Look at this 5-minute beauty down. And meanwhile, I've got the pig sound on this one, BHG. I am hearing grunt, grunt, grunt as it keeps moving down. Okay. Yeah, all right, guys. You know what? Well, why don't I do this just for fun anyway? I'll put in an order to buy NUZE, and let's do 500 shares, and we're going to do it at $7.10. Okay, this is in the simulator, so $7.10. Click the buy button. And one reason why I'm not seeing it, I don't have the chart. Here we go. Okay, so there's your big blue line here. NUZE gets up to 710, it'll take the trade. I had a good exit on the LQDA. Well, root is above this level now, 618. It's above those levels, so let's look left on the weekly. The next high is 670, so there is still some room if it wants to keep moving on the weekly anyway. 670, yeah, 670 is the next high. Yeah, it doesn't look good for the NUZE. If it takes out, I would say if it takes out, 640 or so, it doesn't look good. All right, Posh. Now, Posh, of course, got hit hard yesterday. Kind of had a bit of a rally. And it is showing up on my option scanner, 1907. You can kind of see, obviously, it's got room. I'm not saying it's going to come anywhere close to filling this gap, but let's see how it trades here. 1907 was the alert. It's right now at 1909, 1910. Might give a quick little trade here. All right, well, let's see if Posh does anything at all. Meanwhile, Root is just rooting its way up. News that he may not be. I mean, I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm fixated on it, but got my alert set. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, well, we just move on. So again, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, there was the alert at 150, 1907 for Posh, okay? And of course, one reason why I would like that one is because it's got the room. Now, remember, it got hammered down there yesterday for a reason. It was an earnings call or earnings play, okay? So it did get hammered down for a reason. Those reasons are not gone, but all we're looking for is maybe a little bit of a bounce. Haven't even looked to see what the market's doing. So the market's, is that right? That can't be right. Is that right? We're down that much? Dow's down, tech is down, and the SPY is down like this. I guess that's right. There's this SDGR guy, broke down now through that 45 briefly anyway. All right, guys, I'm going to get set for this marketing meeting, so I just want to put myself on mute. Go, Posh, go. Little Spice Girls. Sorry. All right, I got to put myself on mute before I forget. All right, guys, I'm back. And I'm just sort of still messing around with that Posh trade. Okay, I don't want to lose sight of it just in case it does really start to move. It's still kind of holding that 19. That B, you know, it's funny. I took the wrong one, obviously. I mean, the BW from my option scanner, unbelievable. BW 909, and it got up to 950. I mean, that's just a great percentage move. You know, and you had all sorts of time to analyze it, check it out. Look at this. I mean, it just kind of based there. EVGO, I'm going to see where EVGO is now. That happened, wow. From my option scanner a lot earlier, of course, 1798, 1943 now. Yeah, I just picked the wrong ones today, you know. The liquid and I'm out of the Posh now. Don't like it, don't like it, don't want to ever see it again. Did not commit to the news, so that's good. NUZE. That I said if it got down through here, that could be the end of it. Definitely looks like, I doubt very much it's going to get back up to those highs. Speaking of liquid air, or liquidia, or liquidia, depending on your pronunciation, it has come back. Let me just see what it's doing. What was the alert at? It was at 5:06, so it is back now. But it is, it's yeah, I just look at it, just too, I just don't see the oomph that's could have. Well, the moving higher with unusually strong options. That's the one. And I definitely like looking at these two here, but off screen, the unusually strong options. You've perfect circle. How many times have you heard me say that? If I only had one perfect, the unusually strong options volume. A lot of action in it today, maybe a little too much. Yeah, you can have way too many scanners, a perfect circle. I know you're somebody who likes to really dive in and try to figure out everything, which is okay, to a certain extent, but at some point you're going to have to cut them and just try to really concentrate on things that you think should work for you. Now, if they don't work for you, then you have to cut that and try something else. But you cannot have, 10 scanners up and running and, you go crazy. Another earnings play, the Trian Insurance Group. Just basing here, another all-time low. Who's going to ever buy this? I think this probably looks like this was a, oh no, it wasn't a SPAC. My goodness. But who would ever buy this? That SDGR, guys, was just awesome. I mean, it just moved down. I mean, cross or no cross, whatever we want to call it. It just moved down beautifully. SDGR. Yeah, I mean, it gives you, again, I think there may be a little too many today, but it gives you just a finite number of stocks, maybe 10 stocks to concentrate on during the day. Very simple. Nothing fancy about it. Just show me abnormal option activity. That's all. All right, OCGN. Does this cause it to pop or is this a bunch of nonsense? I guess it caused it to pop. A lot of people really want this to work. Okay, what's the high yesterday? The high yesterday was 939. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry, guys. Very rude of me. Yalla 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 yalla. Who was that guy? Come on, guys. He was in the room all the time. I think he's not here anymore. He used to say it every day. Yalla yalla yalla. I always want to say it was goods, but I don't think it was goods. But there it is. Yeah, nice break though. I'm sorry. That was very unprofessional. The yawn. Sorry. Okay. Well, thank you, Becca. Whew, guys. Okay. Well, again, I'm only in VHG. I mean, it's been, I know, a broken record for me, but I mean, there's been no reason other than a little bit of right around here is where I took some out at that just underneath 550. Just saw this little action here, and after that, I just held it and held it and held it. Well, I mean, I'm just not getting any new alerts, so that means no stocks that. Well, wait a minute, he's got a running down. What running down must be? Yeah, SDGR running down, running down, running down, running down. Okay, Biox. I wonder where Biox showed up. BIOX at 1420. Ah, okay, not that much volume. Another one of these. Where are you out of? Should know that. Oh, of course, Argentina. Okay, so Argentinian stock. Big, I mean, it doesn't trade very much. You can see it does not trade very much. How can you see that? Well, 250,000 shares represents about 5.5 times normal. So this does not trade very much. An autonomous crane, okay. So, wow, a lot of volume. I mean, that news, look at the volume that came in because of that news. Yeah, good luck. Or how about under that building? We were downtown the other day, and there was a crane, and with they're stopping traffic left and right, as this crane is picking up a huge piece of looks like some kind of concrete block. I was thinking, man, if that ever dropped. And by the way, guys, there goes my, well, a while ago, my Riven swing. I was going to swing this one, but not yet. Anyway, exactly, Becca. Yeah. All right, Liquidia. Are you really wanting me to buy you again? Let's see. I mean, it had the room. That's what I liked about it. It had the room. What's the high right there? The high right there is 515. Okay, maybe if it takes that out, I'll get interested again. Yeah, well, I was in at 120. Okay, the Riven, I was in at just a little over 120. And I thought, okay, well, just take a few shares, hold it, see what happens. Got up to 125, then started doing this, and then that. And I said, you know what? I can always get back in. I just don't like the way it's trading right now. Yeah, I was considering it, but it didn't hold. So consideration over. Right now, anyway. I'm not talking about breaking the bank on it, okay? I wanted to have a few shares just in case it did, the absolute crazy. All right. Liquidia, what do you got? No, well, there's no trial software for trade ideas. No, Gary, you have to have a subscription. We have paper trading, of course, but you have to have a subscription. There's no free demo. First of all, paper trading without live data is useless. So you need a subscription. You can get a standard subscription. Right now, you can take, if you want to try us out. I haven't mentioned this one for a bit. Let me just type it in here. Thanks, Vets 20. Okay, so there is a promo code you can use. And if you click on my homepage link, okay, you click on my homepage link right there, and that'll get, so obviously don't use this one. That other one is for 20% off. Don't use this particular promo code. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, you can start off, you can try us out for a month, you know. Monthly rate here is 118, so it'll be less than 20%. You can try us out for a month, and we have full paper trading, okay? And it uses our real-time data. There's, if you don't have real-time data with your paper trader, then it's useless. So I don't know anybody who gives you real-time data for free. I didn't get what I wanted. Son of a gun, I held it there. Well, I'm in the Liquidia, but I didn't get the number of shares I wanted. But that's okay. Let's see how it works. Okay, must be on your, well, you can't hear me. Yeah, I'm just going to say, you guys can hear me and you can see my screen, right? Somebody in our updated to Windows 11 and have no sound or screen. Interesting. I have no idea. I don't have Windows 11 yet. Okay, it is Thanks Vets 20, okay? The Thanks Vets 20 is all in caps. Well, the 20 is numeric, obviously, but... All right, come on, Liquidia. Get into the 30s and I'll be very happy. Well, okay, Rob can't. Okay, you can hear me on YouTube. Anybody else upgraded to Windows 11 that are having issues with the room? Yes, Gary, you need a broker. We're a scanner. Okay, so Rick, you upgraded to 7. Sorry, to Windows 11. No issues. I mean, it'll be good to know. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so Gary, Brokerage Plus is just a way, if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, I don't like the name of this, I've never liked the name of it, but I don't have a vote. Um, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or you have an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You still, what it does is it attaches to your E-Trade or Interactive Brokers account. That's all, okay? So you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, but you still need an okay, well there you go. If you have Interactive Brokers, yeah, you don't have to use it, okay, but it's an option. And if you're not a member yet though of Trade Ideas, right? So you're not a member. You just found us. Okay, well come back. I mean, this is a free room. I'm going to show you something here. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, again, if you're going to take a subscription, obviously do not use that one. Use the Thanks Vets 20. But I really wanted to just show you. First of all, there's 3 free sections. The Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon, and then the education. So you can get an idea about what I would look at is the 20 introductory lessons, okay? It gives you an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. Now, I think there's something wrong with that link if you're not a member. So what I want to do, this is exactly the same. This is sort of the 20 lessons for non-subscribers. It's exactly the same. It's just for some reason that link meant you had to be a subscriber. So anyway, we have daily support sessions between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. That's when I take my break. I monitor both rooms at the same time. And then I take a break at 12 and one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. We have daily webinars. Not quite daily webinars. Let's see, today's Thursday. Next week it'll be Tuesday, Thursday. The following week it's a Monday, Wednesday. That's the rotation, but you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. I don't know what your trading background is, but if you're brand new to trading or getting into trading, this is a great video series. Again, all free, all free. And then if you do become a member of Trade Ideas, there's a section here called My Scans. I share a layout and I share a lot of other individual scans. And we have a tool in our toolbar when you click on New and Dock Channel Bar. These are different channels and all the channels are theme based. So here's a momentum channel as an example. If you like to scan that you're seeing in here, there's a way to extract it and then add it to your layout. You know, there's a Trade the Gap. You know, there's all sorts of different themed layouts here. So we tried to create a lot of scans for you. A lot of our customers, you know, they don't want to create their own scans, which is fine. So we've tried to create a lot of different scans. You can always tinker with them. In other words, if it was a price, you wanted to have a different price range, there's no issue there. But if you do want to create your own scans, there's no programming language to learn. We have created a lot of different alerts. These are all the alerts that we've got. And when we see these icons, these are the filters that we have. And of course, as I always say, you don't have to learn every filter and every alert. What we've done is we've tried to create enough of them with the thousands of customers that we have that for the majority of our customers, you can combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for if you do want to build your own scan. But of course, you don't have to learn them all. And you don't have to learn any of them. If you want to take the sort of the pre-built scans, that's fine. That's completely up to you, Gary. I mean, it depends what you mean by fluent. Again, people get hung up, I think, a little bit when they look at all the alerts and filters that we have as an example and say, well, I can't learn them all. Well, I tried to say, you don't have to learn them all. We have a lot. It's sort of a la carte. You kind of pick from a menu. Oh, that looks interesting. That looks interesting. I can combine that and this. Boom. You've got a little scan. So this is an example of a scan as an example. As an example. If I right click, configure, and the summary. So this is a scan I put together. So I'm looking for stocks between $2 and $35. The current volume is at least 6, meaning it's trading at least 6 times normal. 500,000 shares minimum, up 40 cents from the open. And I want to see stocks that are above the 10-day range. So it's at the high of 10 days at least. If these filter requirements are met and it makes a new high, stock makes a new high, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks, okay? That's an example of a scan. And as I was saying, if you like that scan, you could have it, but you might say, I don't like that price range though. I'd rather have it between 10 and 100. You just literally make the change. I'm not going to do that, but you can see how it changes. And I'm going to cancel out because that's not what I want to see. So you just, you do think, and our user guide is very comprehensive. Let me just show you what it looks like. And you don't have to. And I don't want people to get hung up on this either, because they might look at our user guide, which is relatively new, the Trade Ideas user guide, but it's all laid out in sections. The channel bar, the toolbar, the alert windows, top list windows, etc. Okay, you don't have to learn everything. We have a full table of contents, so and it's searchable. If you wanted to figure out how to do something, you just do a search. You'll be brought to the area. But again, you don't have to learn everything. When I say you, Gary, I'm not talking to you, just generally. I always liken it to a word manual. Okay, do you have to learn everything that's in that big, thick word manual? Of course not. You just need to learn the things that, how to print, how to bold something. It's just some people want to get right into it. But, so we've got enough information, I think, and we have a lot of support. This room is like this 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern time, Monday to Friday. And then I say we have in YouTube between 12 and 1. Lots of, you can go in there and ask questions also. Yeah, I was going to suggest that too, Rob. Either do the refresh or the browser. No rhyme or reason for it. Somebody else could have Windows 11 and Firefox, and it could be just perfectly fine. There's no real rhyme or reason to it all. I don't know what you mean by that, William. Why is the live scan not in Trader Room, but it is on YouTube? I do not know what you mean by that. It's from when you sign up. It'll be 30 days. So if you sign up today on the 11th, it'll go to the 10th. Okay? Of December. And if you liked it enough, if you thought you liked it enough, and obviously do not, you're just going to go month to month, as I always advise anybody. Never take out an annual subscription to our product unless you know you want it, okay? And if a person is just starting out, you can't possibly know that you're going to want it. So you try it out for a month. And in this particular case with that 20% discount, if within the 30 days you decided, wow, I really like it and now I'd like to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 20%. Yeah, the developer of the room is always recommended using Chrome. I don't know why exactly, but I guess Nissen, N-I-S-N. Wow, SDGR. Holy smokes. That was an awesome one, guys. Drift, 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 drift. I think what I have to start spending a little more time on now are the ones that I was really hoping would drift down at the very beginning of the day once the market opened. But we saw a few of these yesterday that had a little rally, and then they started to drift later on in the day. And oh yeah, BHG. I mean, this has been. I'm very proud of this trade, I have to say. Very proud of this trade. I actually did not think it would amount to much, but probably one of the best trades you could have had today, because it was relatively stress-free. And you would have had a very tight stop, so your risk reward would have been awesome. I saw Otley earlier too, yes. You know, I mean, you're right. You're absolutely right. I mean, it looks the same, doesn't it? No, sorry, and not the same as the VHG, but it looks the same as say that SEGR. What was that? It was the it's DGR. You know, we had the pop, all-time low, right? And then it had the pop, and then the drop. So that SDGR looks almost like the OTOY. And we're seeing so many stocks that are at the 10-day low. They release earnings, and they're at, never mind a 10-day low, they're a lifetime low. Who's going to buy them? Who's going to buy a stock down there? I mean, I'm not saying it never happened, but, you know, generally in the day of, you know, it's hard to find anybody who can get possibly enthusiastic about a stock that has released earnings. So I mean, people who are holding on, thinking, oh, please, please make it a good earnings release so I can get out of this thing. And then the earnings release happens, reaction is terrible, lifetime low, who's going to step in? Okay, and I'm not saying maybe tomorrow there's a bit of a bounce play in some of these, but really, like what is going to get anybody enthusiastic about a stock like this now? You kind of wait for earnings, and the earnings is a disappointment. A reaction anyway is a complete disappointment. So all right, guys, so I typically shut down at around 3 o'clock. Of course, entertain questions even afterwards, but if I get them. So a good time to ask any last minute questions. Okay, because you're a non-subscriber right now, this is it. I hope it works. Yeah, there it is. Okay. That's just a nice overview of trade ideas. You know, it talks about alert windows and topless windows and the single stock window, price alerts, things like that. It's a nice overview of trade ideas. You can see it now, right, Gary? I just posted it right underneath. Well, that's no. But you can't have. But if you're not a subscriber, you can't have my layout. You have to be a subscriber to have access to my layout and any of my scans. But if you do become a subscriber, save this link. No, just a second. But you can always come in here. I mean, I'm here, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. But you can save my link. Okay. And there's my link right there underneath you. So when you click on it, when you're and again, you can click on my Get Trade Ideas, but use the the Thanks Vets 20, and you'll get 20% off. Once you're a subscriber, here are my scans and my layout. Okay, that's in the scan section right here. But you've got to be a subscriber to have access to them. And I think, Gary, also that you'll find this room incredibly helpful. And it's not just about me. I mean, we've got people in here who are very willing to help. Okay, so, they're trading also. So, but they're very willing to help. Yeah, it's a big gap up for Riven. I'm not in it. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. See if it closes near the high. Okay, Rob. Okay, good to know, I guess. All right, everybody, I think that's it. Again, I'll always stick around if there are some more questions. Otherwise, I'll shut down the room. We had, of course, the one fun play with the NUZE. All right, I don't see any other questions. So, okay, guys, I'll close the room down now. As always, thank you so much for all the help. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. I hope to see you then. Bye-bye.